I managed to shut down the workflow of an entire non-profit for a full week just because the new project manager didn't like my schedule.so. Here's the deal. I work at a massive community center that runs entirely as a non-profit. We cover pretty much everything: a kindergarten, an open college, physiotherapy programs for seniors and people with disabilities, 6 large assisted living homes spread across the city, classes for immigrants and the unemployed, plus cafeterias, a restaurant, and a whole lot more. I love my job. Over the years, I climbed up the ladder, starting as the sole IT guy in the whole place. When I joined, the organization had around 80 employees, including teachers at the open college. Now we've got over 200. The atmosphere used to be relaxed, supportive, and completely non-toxic. Since I was the only one responsible for everything related to tech, I needed a different kind of schedule. Luckily, the executive director understood that I was salaried, not hourly, and he approved a fully flexible work arrangement. I came in whenever it made sense, left whenever the job was done, and as long as everything kept running smoothly, nobody cared. And for 12 years, it worked flawlessly. I kept the IT systems running with almost zero downtime. At worst, a workstation might break down, but I always had spares ready. I was on call 24/7, even during vacations, weekends, or late nights. We had quite a number of servers back then: 8 Microsoft machines, 4 Linux boxes, and a couple BSD servers for the open college. My maintenance routine was simple: small fixes after work hours, medium jobs late into the night, and heavy upgrades on weekends. I even lived in the office for a while to make it all easier. Our agreement with leadership was simple: if I worked more than 8 hours, I'd get the next day off as comp time. For example, if I pulled a 12-hour maintenance session on Monday night, Tuesday was mine. I always notified everyone by email about upcoming downtime and how much time off I'd be taking afterward. Nobody ever complained. Life was smooth until she arrived. We hired a new project manager, a middle-aged woman with piercing blue eyes that looked straight into your soul and drained every ounce of joy you had left. She came from a corporate background, and this was her first time working in a non-profit. Naturally, she was shocked by how laid back everything was, and she hated it. She nitpicked everything, but the real problem was that she fixated on my work schedule. Somehow, despite being just a project manager, she managed to bend our director to her will. By that time, I was already the official system administrator. Anyway, it was time for a big update: accounting software patches plus some smaller tasks for the open college. As usual, I emailed everyone the night before. Maintenance starts in the evening. Should be done by morning. I won't be in the office tomorrow. Call or email me if anything breaks. Standard stuff. That night, after everyone logged out, I ran the updates. Database conversions for the accounting software always took about 6 hours, but it all went fine. By AM, I was done and went home. Next morning, I woke up around 7, made some coffee, and thought, perfect, I've got the whole day free to just play EVE Online. Then, around AM, my work phone rang. It was her. Let's call her PM. Karen. She was yelling right off the bat, "Where the hell are you?" Me. At home. I've got the day off. Why? Her. We've got a situation. I need you here right now. Me. Fine, I'll be there in 15 minutes. I lived close. Bye. Driving in, I kept thinking, did I screw something up last night? Impossible. I tested everything. If there had been an issue, the secretary from accounting would have called. Maybe something went wrong at the college? We'll see. I walked straight into her office.me. Okay, what happened? Her. Dead serious. My printer ran out of toner. Bring me a new one. Me. So that's the big emergency? You called me in for toner? For reference, toner cartridges were always stocked on the first floor supply shelf. All of our office printers were identical and used the same toner cartridges. So I asked her, why didn't you just grab one yourself? I literally explained this to you last week. Her response? I'm not here to replace toner like some errand boy. Do your job. Fine. Whatever. I went down to storage, grabbed a cartridge, swapped it out, and went home. Our policy was simple: everyone handled their own printers. Add paper, replace toner, it's about as hard as putting on shoes. I had way too much on my plate to waste time on that kind of stuff. For a short while, she actually stopped whining, and I thought things might settle down. But nope. After another couple nights of maintenance, she called an admin meeting. Sitting there were me, the new payroll accountant who also doubled as HR, the director, the office manager, and PM Karen, she kicked off the meeting by accusing me of slacking off and taking unauthorized time off. Then she hit us with, "I thought our team had the same rules for everyone. Isn't that fair?" Me, "Well, technically yes, but not when it comes to work schedules. Different roles require different setups." Her, "So you were at home while people here had computer issues?" Me, "Correct. And when they do, they call me. 99% of the time, I fix it over the phone." Her, "Your house is not your office." Me, "Actually, yes it is, because I often work late nights or weekends to keep things running. That's why leadership and I had the arrangement for comp time." Her, "Well, all work should be done during normal office hours. Why are you even working nights or weekends?" Me, "Because no one here wants downtime." At that point, we had about 120 staff, at least 80 of whom needed their workstations daily. Even the fitness instructors. Everything had gone digital. Physiotherapists logged treatment notes into the system. Daycare staff used computers daily. To stay in touch with parents, all client plans were online. If I patched servers during office hours, the whole place would grind to a halt. Her, "That's irrelevant. Do it during the day like everyone else." I looked straight at the director. HR and the office manager couldn't care less. To my shock, the director sided with her. "Yes, we've discussed this a few times with PM Karen. The old agreement no longer applies. From now on, all work must be done during office hours." I asked him, "Are you absolutely sure you want every piece of IT work server and network maintenance included done between 8:15 and 3:30? Because if so, we'll need a new written agreement." Director, "Yes, come by my office this evening. I'll have it ready." So we signed the new deal. I checked it carefully and noticed two very important changes. It said I had to do all maintenance strictly during office hours. Since I was salaried, overtime wasn't allowed unless specifically PA approved. Translation: no more comp time. No more late night or weekend fixes. No more working ahead to minimize downtime. I didn't point this out, just nodded, and the director casually added, "Just send out an email in the morning if you're doing any maintenance that day." Perfect. The trap was set. I loved my job and respected my co-workers, but if management wanted strict office hours, then they were about to experience the consequences. A few weeks passed. I limited myself to small updates, usually timing them around lunch so downtime was minimal. But I was waiting for the big one, and eventually it came: major updates for accounting and payroll. Normally, I'd spend an entire weekend in the office, sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor, just to make sure everything was patched and ready by Monday morning, but not this time. This time, I was going to follow the new rules. I even saved up a few smaller updates just to make things extra painful. Finally, day X arrived. I strolled into the office at exactly 8:15 am sharp and sent a cheerful mass email. "Good morning, everyone. Today was scheduled maintenance day." I sent out a company-wide notice early in the morning. "Good morning. Today I'll be running a major system maintenance. Expect downtime. This affects the entire organization since I need to upgrade all servers and a few routers. There will also be a huge update to our financial software, which is critical and must be completed. Work begins at 11 o'clock. Thank you for your patience." IT noticed that I never mentioned how long the maintenance would last. At 11 o'clock sharp, I kicked everyone off the network. Step 1, disconnect all users. Easy, I had admin rights. Step 2, start OS updates on every single server, then grab some coffee. Now the whole office was cut off. File server down. Print server down. Database server down. Even the copier was useless since it required an Active Directory login. Sure, employees still had access to their local desktops, but company policy was strict: no saving files locally. Everything had to stay on the servers. And since every system was pulling updates, internet access was gone too. I made sure Linux and Unix boxes grabbed every available package. Pretty soon, my phone lit up. "ID desk, how can I help?" Shouting. "Yes, today is the scheduled maintenance. I sent the email this morning." "No, I don't know how long it will take. At least all day, maybe more." "We'll see." Click. They hung up. By noon, people returned from lunch only to find the network still dead. By PM, the panic began. Calls, visits to my office, angry faces. I gave them the same answer: big updates like this can take a couple of days. That line set the whole office on fire. Suddenly, it was chaos. People crowded into my office yelling, "Why are you doing this?" Cancel it. Stop. We need to work. I just shrugged. Sorry, once updates start, they can't be rolled back. You'll just have to wait. Even the director came by first furious, then confused. I calmly explained, maintenance is maintenance. There's no shortcut. It'll be done when it's done. Nothing else to say. So I spent the day sipping coffee and flipping through ID journals while servers churned. At 3:30 p.m., I packed up and went home. Some employees were still sitting at their desks, glaring at me as I left. Where are you going? Home. See you tomorrow. Next morning. I checked the servers. Almost everything was done. Unix and Linux machines were fine. Only Windows servers needed reboots. I could have restarted them all at once, but I was in no rush. Instead, I rebooted each one individually, waiting for it to fully load, logging. In checking updates, writing detailed maintenance reports after each reboot. No one reads those reports, but the office manager insists they exist. They go straight to the archive and eventually the trashbin.by the time I finished. It was almost PM and I hadn't even had lunch. It quickly came back around 3:10 and started planning the next phase, financial software updates. I didn't finish writing the checklist before 3:30, so I went home.by, then it was Thursday. Remember I started on Tuesday. Oops, Friday morning. I began installing the financial software updates, one at a time, following the vendor's own recommendation. The database conversion process took forever, so while it ran, I finished minor updates on other programs. At 3:30, I left again. That week, I was the only one out of 120 employees actually working since Tuesday morning. Everyone else was furious. They came into the office and just sat there. Some cleaned their desks, some organized paper files, most just drank coffee and read magazines. Internet had been back since Wednesday, but apparently nobody noticed. I did feel a little bad for the physical therapists. They had to write everything by hand for clients and later re-enter it all into the system. The cafeteria staff, at least, were unaffected since I hadn't touched the point of sale systems. Finally, by Friday morning, the database conversion wrapped up. All right then, let's see. Okay, I figured it was finally time to start bringing the servers back online slowly, one at a time. I wasn't rushing. I took my time, enjoyed a proper lunch break, and let the process unfold at its own pace. Finally, right around 3:00 p.m., I sent out a company-wide email. Maintenance has been completed. You may now log back into the system and access the network. Thank you for your patience. The next major update will take place in 3 to 4 months. That week, the director, the office manager, the payroll accountant, and HR had basically stayed home. I think I saw them briefly on Wednesday morning, but that was it. Even the project manager, who was furious on Wednesday, backed off once I explained that if I had to run around attending meetings with every department, the downtime would last even longer since I wouldn't actually be working on fixing it. The following week, we had another administrative meeting, and my original agreement regarding flexible hours and compensatory time off for overtime was reinstated. I had a signed document, and from that day on, nobody ever complained again about my taking paid time off in exchange for late night or weekend work. And honestly, I was never worried about being fired anyway. It's not that simple to terminate someone in my country. With my signed work schedule agreement and a contract that clearly outlined my responsibilities, they had no legal grounds to get rid of me. Update, the project manager, let's keep calling her PMS, stayed professional until the end of her career. At one point, I even went to her house to fix her personal computer, install a new printer, and set up her Wi-Fi. She retired a few years later. In fact, she admitted she regretted the whole incident and took the blame for it. We had a couple more long outages after that, but those were hardware failures. And when servers die, there's no spare replacement you can pull out within an hour. These days though, I'm prepared even for that. I'm sure many of you are wondering, how did PMS manage to boss around my director in the first place? The answer is actually simple, but first I need to explain how workplace culture operates in our non-profit organization and probably in most non-profits here. I'm an executive system administrator. Sounds fancy, right? Like I should have a ton of power? The answer is both yes and no. My clients are literally every employee in the organization. I don't work for some faceless shareholder or CEO trying to pad their pockets. I work for the people around me. My job is to support them, and the same applies to managers, even the director. Their role is to make sure employees can do their jobs and are satisfied while doing them. I know this might sound odd to people used to the cutthroat corporate world, but that's how things work here. If someone is unhappy with something, management has to listen and address it. The chain of command is short and straightforward, just department heads, usually the most experienced employees who juggle managerial duties alongside regular work. Above them are the executive managers. No unnecessary middle layers. We don't even have an office manager anymore. Of course, that doesn't mean people can slack off. If someone neglects their duties, the manager or director steps in and gets them back on track. But if an employee has a complaint, a problem, or wants change, they can go directly to the director, and they're even allowed to show up furious if they feel the situation warrants it. This creates a workplace where things get done, even if from the outside it sometimes looks chaotic. In a way, we're all equals. Nobody wields authority just for the sake of it, but anyone can take charge when the situation demands. And keep in mind, when I or anyone else tells stories like this, they sound more dramatic than they actually were. Sure, I seriously disrupted operations and brought the company to a halt for a week, but outages happen in every organization, often without malicious intent. Sometimes stuff just happens. I've had my share of bad luck too, like the time we lost power for so long that the backup battery drained completely and the entire server room went dark right in the middle of my vacation. Or the time our old server room got flooded during a spring storm. That was fun. It became the longest downtime we'd ever had, 2 whole weeks. Almost 7 years ago, my family cut me off completely and threw me out of the house. At the time, I was only 22, still working my first job, not financially stable enough to rent on my own. It all happened so suddenly that I had no time to prepare emotionally or financially. And the reason for all of it was my sister Hannah. Hannah and I were never especially close. She was quite a bit older than me. By the time she was 27, she married her boyfriend Pete. They stayed married for about 3 years before she filed for divorce, claiming Pete had been cheating on her with one of my friends. Back then, I was still living with my parents after college, saving money before moving out. Everything at home was fine until Hannah came back one night in tears, declaring she'd discovered Pete's betrayal. According to her, he had been having an affair for 6 months and somehow it was my fault. The reason? I had introduced Pete to my friend Emily. She had been struggling to gain weight, and since Pete was a certified nutritionist, he offered to help her out. That was it. Hannah twisted that into a story that Emily was the woman Pete cheated with. I was stunned. Emily and I weren't super close, but I knew her well enough to believe she would never get involved with a married man. And Pete, if anything, he always seemed hopelessly devoted to Hannah. He talked about her constantly, and not once in those 3 years did I see anything suspicious. But none of my doubts mattered. My parents instantly sided with Hannah. They didn't ask for evidence, didn't question anything, they just took her word for it. I can't blame them for choosing their daughter over their son-in-law, but what broke me was how quickly they turned on me. Hannah stormed into the house one day, hysterical, and convinced them that I was to blame for ruining her marriage simply because I had introduced Pete to Emily. Within minutes, they told me to pack my things and leave. When I begged them to listen, they said if I didn't go on my own, they'd throw me out, and just like that, I lost my home and my family in the same day. I still remember sitting on the curb outside with my bags, crying for an hour before finally calling a friend to let me crash at his place. I tried reaching out to my parents in the days that followed. Calls, texts, visits, nothing worked. They blocked my number. The one time I went to the house, my mum threatened to call the police if I didn't leave. That's when it hit me they truly believed I was responsible. Looking back, maybe. I shouldn't have been surprised. Hannah was always the favorite. I was the unexpected second child, the one who got leftovers while she got the spotlight. As kids, it didn't matter much to me, but I never thought that favoritism would destroy my place in the family entirely. Pete blocked me to no explanation, no chance to defend myself, and Hannah moved back in with my parents, making it impossible for me to even try talking things out. The only person left who might know the truth was Emily. We weren't close, but I reached out anyway. When I explained what Hannah had accused me of, she was horrified. She swore nothing ever happened between her and Pete, that their interactions had been strictly professional. To prove it, she even told me about her long-term boyfriend. They were already talking about marriage. She showed me photos of the two of them together. Her explanation made infinitely more sense than anything Hannah had said. Deep down, I already knew Hannah had lied, probably to cover the real reason for the divorce. But without any proof, I was powerless. My family had made up their minds, and I was left alone. Back then, all I wanted was to reconnect with my family. Despite everything they had done to me, I still missed them terribly. But as time passed, I had no choice but to adapt. I found an apartment, poured myself into work, and tried to build a life. Bills had to be paid, and keeping myself busy was the only way I knew how to cope. It wasn't easy. The pain was overwhelming, but slowly I taught myself to move forward with or without their support. Years went by, and life began to change for the better. I moved out of that tiny apartment into something much nicer, built a stable career. And just last week, I proposed to the woman I've been dating for 2 years. She said yes, but the real turning point came shortly after my engagement. A few days after my fiancée Lisa posted our engagement photos on Instagram and cross-shared them to Facebook, I got an email. Not just any email, but the email that finally explained everything that had happened years ago, complete with proof. It turned out that Lisa, who works as a doctor, had once met Pete, my former brother-in-law, at a medical seminar. They had stayed loosely connected on Facebook. That's how he stumbled across our engagement post. For the first time in years, I was glad the world was so small. Instead of messaging me directly, Pete chose to send an anonymous email. Later, he explained it was because he didn't want to seem awkward. After all, years had passed since the divorce, and he had no desire to look like someone still clinging to the past. He also admitted that since he'd blocked me back then, it felt strange to just pop back up in my life, but what mattered was the content. The email laid out the full truth behind the divorce, and it completely shattered the story Hannah had built. It was Hannah who had been unfaithful, not Pete. And worse, she had cheated with my friend Frank. At the time, Frank worked as a cashier at the local grocery store. Never in a million years would I have suspected anything between them. They'd been so careful to hide it. But Pete eventually found out. When confronted, Hannah tried to twist the situation, telling Pete that it was my fault. She claimed I had introduced her to Frank, even encouraging their connection by mentioning his interest in music since she was a decent singer herself. From there, she said, things just happened. To cover her tracks, she even insisted I had helped them hide the affair all along, which was, of course, a blatant lie. Pete admitted he was furious when he found out. Instead of thinking clearly, he blocked everyone in my family, me included. Looking back, he knows it was the wrong move, but at the time, anger clouded everything. The email itself included screenshots of conversations between Hannah and Frank, messages where they openly confessed their love, joked about how easy it was to fool Pete, and arranged secret meetups. Hannah had even signed off using her rarely mentioned middle name, something only a few people knew. There was no denying it. Reading those messages was surreal. For the first time in years, I had undeniable proof. Hannah had lied about everything. I eventually confronted Pete in person after realizing he was in Lisa's Facebook friends list. He admitted that Emily, my friend who'd originally been accused, had told him her side years ago. He just never told me because he didn't want to stir things up again. He regretted it now because if he had spoken up earlier, I could have cleared my name long ago. Still, he was willing to help me now. Pete and I agreed that Hannah's lies had destroyed enough lives, and neither of us wanted her manipulations to stand unchallenged any longer. The truth was clear. Hannah had weaponized her family's trust to protect herself, even if it meant sacrificing me. She dragged my name through the mud, convinced my parents to disown me, all to keep her own reputation intact while she pursued her affair. And for the first time in years, I had the evidence to finally set the record straight. I'm certain my sister never once tried to tell our parents the truth. Instead, she kept feeding them lies during the divorce, and they swallowed every word without hesitation. She knew that if our parents ever discovered she was the one who cheated, she'd be in serious trouble, and she just couldn't allow that. Well, now the truth is finally out, and I'm going to use it to destroy her life the same way she destroyed mine all those years ago. I wasn't sure if my parents were still living in the same house since I hadn't seen them in 7 years, but an old neighbor confirmed they never moved. Even better, Hannah still lived with them. That didn't surprise me at all. She was always lazy and hated responsibility. Living off aging parents while they did everything for her was exactly her style. 2 days ago, Pete and I showed up, unannounced. My mum opened the door and we pushed our way inside before she could react. My dad and Hannah were sitting in the living room, the happy family reunited, but only for a moment. Their faces twisted as soon as they saw us. My dad immediately started shouting, threatening to call the police if we didn't leave. I told him he could do whatever he wanted, but only after reading the documents we brought. My parents looked confused, while Hannah turned pale and bolted to her room. I figured she was trying to avoid the inevitable, but there was no escaping it. Pete pulled out the divorce papers and screenshots of Hannah's messages with Frank while I explained the real story. Pete also revealed how Hannah had been forced to give up our grandmother's diamond heirloom ring to settle the divorce, since her teacher's salary couldn't cover the payout. My parents were stunned. We sat there watching as the drama unfolded. My dad demanded answers from Hannah, but when she tried lying yet again, even with the evidence right in front of her, he'd had enough. He packed her belongings, shoved them into a bag, and kicked her out of the house on the spot. I didn't need to be told twice. Pete and I walked out together, leaving Hannah begging our parents to let her back in exactly the way I had once begged them years ago. It was the sweetest revenge. I felt nothing but satisfaction. A couple days later, Hannah showed up at my place, demanding I fix things with our parents. I don't even know how she found my address, but I told her point blank that I owed her nothing. She ruined my life, and I simply returned the favor. We were even now. Apparently, she has no pride left, because the moment I said that, she broke down sobbing, calling me a monster. I honestly didn't care. I put on my headphones, turned up the music, and let Lisa keep working peacefully in her office. Eventually, Hannah left, but not before scrawling a message on my door with a marker, reminding me that I'm a vengeful monster. To be honest, I don't feel bad about what I did. I don't think I'm the villain here. I didn't lie or scheme like she did. I just exposed the truth.so. Am I really the bad guy for ruining my sister's life and getting her kicked out of our parents' home 7 years after she blamed me for her divorce? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Update 1: Hannah didn't stop bothering me. Even after a week, she kept calling non-stop 14 times in one day. I finally threatened to involve the police, and that made her back off, at least for now. I have no idea how she keeps getting my number after I block her, but apparently she has her friends add me into group calls from different numbers. She's tried to guilt trip me, saying her teacher's salary isn't enough to live on. But no, that's not the real issue. What she really hates is finally having to pay rent, utilities, and groceries herself. And honestly, that's not my problem.as for my parents. They aren't much better. They found me on Facebook after seeing Lisa's engagement post. Now they're suddenly interested in being part of my life again. They even hinted that. They expect to be invited to my wedding. They still haven't apologized, but somehow think they deserve to show up on one of the most important days of my life. Lisa and I laughed reading their messages because they were so delusional it almost seemed like a bad joke, but in truth, the whole thing is more sad than funny. Update 2: Hannah showed up at my house again, even after I threatened to report her for harassment yesterday. I was getting ready to leave for work, but she stopped me by flopping onto the hood of my car, refusing to move until I spoke with her. It was incredibly annoying, and this time I actually called the police. They took her away while she screamed and cried, trying to paint me as the bad guy. Unfortunately for her, nobody bought it. It took some time to file the official report against her, but as soon as I did, I rushed to work so this incident wouldn't ruin my day. I figured my parents would bail her out since she's their favorite, and I was right. They sent her home and then followed up with a long message telling me I had been too harsh and unfair to them over a mistake they supposedly made almost 10 years ago. It was laughable. Nothing my sister and parents did to me back then could ever be called merciful or fair. No mercy stopped them from literally throwing me out of the house with nowhere to go. So now, I see no reason to offer forgiveness or kindness. I messaged my parents saying that after all these years, they had lost any right to tell me what I can or cannot do, and that they should stop deluding themselves. I haven't blocked them yet, had to check the message first, but I will. Soon, hopefully. Then I can finally cut that whole family out of my life for good. Update 3: I just got home from work, checked my socials, and saw that my parents sent me another long message. Lisa and I read it together, and I swear it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. These poor people don't realize that nothing they say or do now can hurt me. I just laughed at how pathetic they are. They still think we're a family and announced they'd taken Hannah back, claiming both of their children deserve a second chance, as if I was ever in the wrong. They expected Lisa and me to visit them for dinner before my wedding to civilly resolve our differences. Too bold of them to assume I'd ever want them anywhere near my wedding. We laughed at their absurd message and I responded that I had zero interest in any invitations from them. I'm perfectly happy living my life without them, just like I have for the last 7 years. They made it clear long ago that I'm better off without them. I'm grateful it took me so long to realize that. I no longer need them or their so-called forgiveness. They can continue playing happy family with Hannah all they want. I don't care. After sending that last message, I blocked them permanently. That's it. I'm done. I'm sure they'll try to contact me again somehow, but it doesn't matter. Lisa is the only family I need, and I'm happier than I've ever been with just her. My parents and sister never could see past their own noses, and I doubt they ever will. Next time they try to reach out, they'll be talking to my lawyer. A grumpy teacher once threatened to send me to the principal's office. Fine by me, I was more than happy to let the principal know about this teacher's nonsense. This all happened over 10 years ago, so some of the details are a little blurry. It was the start of my senior year in high school. I went to a tiny rural school where the top students were moved into a separate building to take dual enrollment college classes online. The woman who supervised us had been working in the district for over 15 years. She knew all of us, our families, had taught us in different grades, and even coached half of us in track or tennis. Keep in mind, the entire school from kindergarten through 12th grade barely had 500 students. She trusted us, made sure we kept up with our online work, and otherwise let us use our time productively once our main assignments were done. For me, that meant practicing guitar and reading tactical guides for the next sports competition. I was a decent student, just extremely lazy. Then came the first day of senior year. Our beloved supervisor moved away because her husband got a better job, and in her place walked this tall red-headed guy no one had ever seen before. He turned out to be the new girls' basketball coach. And our online program supervisor, since college courses wouldn't start for a couple weeks, he spent the entire first day bragging about how lucky we were to have him. He'd spent the last decade at a university, so he knew how the system worked. He promised to make sure we didn't slack off since we were seniors. The fact that he left a university to teach at a rural high school should have been a red flag to whoever hired him, but whatever. For the first couple of weeks, this coach, let's call him Bob, made us do pointless busywork, APA format essays on respect or searching for new car listings for his wife with citations. His excuse was that he was preparing us. We politely explained that dual enrollment classes from a state college were usually harder than normal high school ones, except maybe math and science, but he ignored us. When the courses finally began, Bob only got worse. He constantly insulted students if they did something he didn't like or if their political views didn't match his university background. He insisted we submit every assignment to him first before sending them to the actual professors. The problem? He graded slowly, and plenty of us lost points for late submissions. Eventually, we just started sending our work directly to the professors while copying him to avoid trouble. Bob also claimed we weren't mature enough for this kind of learning, even though the program required at least a 3.0 GPA to stay in, and our average was closer to 3.8. According to him, if it were up to him, he'd drag our entitled butts back to the main school building. The breaking point came at the end of the fall semester. Finals were over, and we were waiting for break. Bob stormed in that morning in an even fouler mood than usual. Later, I learned it was the day his divorce proceedings began, and he started yelling at one girl about her clothes. She ignored him like the rest of us. That just made him angrier. He launched into another rant about how terrible and arrogant we all were. Nobody cared. Realizing he couldn't punish us for anything, he turned on one guy in particular. This student had been placed in our class because it was a quiet environment, and he was actually the only one working at that moment. The exchange went something like this: Bob, so what are you even doing over there? Student, just trying to study for my exams so I don't fail the year. Bob, and what for? So you can flip burgers at Darien? That kid, my cousin, by the way, later became a welder and earns a solid living. At the time though, he was struggling hard, both academically and personally, and I knew how much effort he was putting in to get back on track. Despite his kind heart, people outside our family often labeled him a failure. And here was Bob, tearing into the most vulnerable kid in the room, my own family. That was the moment I lost it. It was time to get back at him in the strongest way possible without hurting myself or ending up in trouble. By then, my mum had already been teaching in the district for over 25 years, and my stepdad, though retired, had been a school psychologist. I knew the rules inside and out. Up until that point, I had held back from telling my parents the full truth about his behavior, mainly because Coach Bob's daughter had already become part of our friend group. I realized how rough things would get for her if her dad lost his job. His reputation already made her school life difficult, but since she was set to leave for college in another state after graduation, the collateral damage would be minimal. Knowing what I knew, I casually dropped the line, "Coach Bob, if you actually knew half as much about basketball as you think you know about my cousin, you'd still be at the university, or at the very least, the school board would have renewed your contract at the last meeting. So where exactly are you planning to work after this year wraps up?" The classroom went dead silent. That information wasn't public yet. Bob's face flushed bright red. His voice shook as he barked out. Now, I calmly set down my book and walked into the hallway. Bob followed, shut the door, and then exploded screaming in my face for nearly 4 straight minutes. He threw every insult he could muster, calling me a lazy, arrogant piece of trash who had fooled every teacher, coach, and even his daughter, but not him. According to him, I'd never amount to anything in life and would just coast along off my family's name. I'll give him this, his lung capacity was impressive. I don't think he even took a breath during the whole rant. When he finally stopped, I asked politely, "Coach Bob, may I go back to my reading now?" He roared even louder. "No, you're going straight to the principal's office, and you're going to repeat every single word you just said." "Got it?" "Yes, sir," I answered calmly. "I'd be glad to. Actually, I was planning to ask the principal for a recommendation letter for a scholarship anyway. And of course, he'll want to know why I said what I said. I wouldn't be able to lie about it, so I'd have to mention our little chat here." At that exact moment, another teacher who also happened to be a relative of mine stepped into the hallway to check out the noise. She caught the tail end of Bob's tirade. She looked ready to intervene, but I gave her a smile and a quick wink. I had it under control. At 18, I felt like I was on top of the world. Bob marched me back into the classroom, but didn't send me to the office immediately. I waited by the door, expecting him to follow through. Minutes ticked by. Finally, he muttered, "Sit down, Jones." "Coach Bob," I said evenly, "I think the rules call for a trip to the principal's office after what just happened. If you insist." He snapped, his voice rising again, but by then he realized the corner he had backed himself into. He scribbled out a referral slip, and I gladly walked down to the office. The principal was shocked to see me, and even more shocked that I was there for a disciplinary issue. I explained what happened. In the end, I got 1 day of after-school detention for being openly disrespectful, which, honestly, I probably deserved. The next 2 weeks were pure bliss. Bob barely said a word. Most of the time he either glared at me or scrolled through job postings. By the start of spring semester, he was gone. Turns out, he had already accepted another position before Christmas break and left early to be ready for spring training. Funny coincidence, right? Years later, I found out he didn't last long there either. He was fired not long after, and his marriage ended too. Other teachers had complained about him for years, and apparently he'd been skating on thin ice well before my little stunt. Honestly, writing this all out now, I almost feel sorry for the guy. Almost. I found a loophole in the school rules and legally slacked off for a whole year. I graduated in 2013, and senior year was brutal. My sister had passed away, her chronic illnesses had worsened dramatically. I totaled my car, not my fault, but still miserable. I suffered 2 concussions that year. You get the picture. Attendance among students shot up in the first half of the year. The issue was that the school had rearranged student parking. Essentially, anyone driving or using the closest entrance to that lot got stuck in a massive bottleneck. One slow student could hold up hundreds of others trying to get into the building. It was ridiculous. On top of that, administration cut the time between classes from 7 minutes to barely anything. Even walking across empty hallways would take at least 5 minutes. Add 1,200 students to that, and 7 minutes was barely enough. So tardiness skyrocketed. The school decided the best solution was new punishments for lateness. Before, 5 tardies meant staying after class with the teacher you were late for. That was it. Skipping a class 5 times without a parent or doctor's note got you suspended. Missing over 20 days, regardless of the reason, meant retaking. The course exceptions only for disasters. The new rules were ridiculous. 3 tardies, suspension. Skip 1 class without a valid reason, suspension. 3 suspensions, you repeat the course. Valid excuses, no consequences. Oh, and they removed the 20 absences equals course redo rule.by the end of the first semester. I was exhausted. Stress, grief, panic attacks from my sister's death, chronic pain from undiagnosed conditions. I could barely keep my eyes open in class. I was just done. First semester had me running from one end of the school to the other because my schedule had classes spread across the building. I lived nearly 10 kilometers away, but left over an hour early thanks to endless road construction. Back then, I was an overachiever, straight A's in every class, enrolled in every extra activity I could. I never, ever was late. So a few tardies in that. First semester crushed me, yet I didn't get a single after-school detention. At semester's end, we were handed letters about new attendance rules, but no mention of the 20 absence policy. It was gone. Second semester, due to a scheduling error, I got dumped into a weightlifting class I never signed up for. I was furious, exhausted, in pain, and dragging weights for times a week? Not at all what I wanted. Swimming once a week was the only good thing. Then more road construction appeared, and I was late, badly showing up mid-second period. Tears in my eyes. I got a suspension for tardiness. The attendance secretary and my coordinator showed zero mercy. I was handed the suspension form and a full copy of the attendance policy. Rules about 20 absences? Gone. Now, only unexcused absences resulted in 1 day of suspension. See the loophole? I laughed out loud. Pulled out my phone, called my mum. Mum, I'll explain later, but can you call the school and excuse me for first and second period? Thanks. Love you. Bye. Before I could even pocket the phone, it rang back. You can imagine the fury of the secretary and coordinator. But I didn't stop there. I tore up the suspension form and asked if I could keep a copy of the attendance policy. A conversation with the coordinator followed. I just want to confirm if I'm tardy 3 times, I get suspended? Correct, he said haughtily, and if I skip a class without a valid reason, I get suspended? Correct, he crossed his arms, trying to look intimidating, but if my mum calls or sends a note saying my absence is excused, there are no consequences, right? It was clear he was trying to see if he still had any power, but good luck convincing a parent on that one. I stopped a kidnapping while delivering pizza work as a pizza delivery driver, and one night turned into one of the strangest and most intense experiences of my life. It was a crazy shift non-stop orders, driving all over the city without a single real break. I had been drinking water all evening because of the heat, and of course, I didn't make time to use the restroom. By the time I got close to my next delivery, the urge hit me like a truck. Luckily, I was nearly at the customers. Address? I thought I'd drop the pizza off quickly, then deal with the problem. But when I pulled up, things immediately felt wrong. I'd been to that neighborhood before, even that house, but this time all the windows were dark, not even the glow of a TV inside. The entire street was eerily quiet. This was a college area, so sure, not many students were around in July, but still somebody had ordered this pizza. I wasn't about to step out of the car and walk up to a pitch black house. It was around 9:30 p.m, still hot outside even though the sun had set hours ago. My car's AOC barely worked and the pizza boxes weren't helping. I called the number on the order.at first. All I heard was heavy, uneven breathing, then a shaky hello. I tried to keep it professional. Hey, I'm outside with your pizza, but it doesn't look like anyone's home. The voice gasped. I'm not there. Not yet. Annoyed and very distracted by my full bladder, I snapped back harsher than I should have. Well, if you're not here, I'll have to cancel the order. You were supposed to pay cash. Next time, plan better. Almost immediately, I regretted it. The voice grew clearer. It was a young woman, maybe in her early 20s. Out of breath, she explained, "Oh my God, I was running home. I almost didn't hear you. I just switched off my AirPods. Is this better? I lost track of time at work, but I knew you'd be coming, so I'm literally sprinting back right now. Please, please don't leave. I'm starving and I don't have a car. Just 5 minutes, I promise." Hearing her voice jogged my memory. I had delivered here before, and she was always polite. Now I felt like a jerk for barking at her. I told her it was fine, that I'd wait, and hung up, but the bathroom situation was reaching emergency levels. No trees, no hidden corners, and like an idiot, I had tossed out an empty bottle earlier. The only option was the row of bushes by her front walkway. No lights outside, no one around, my car parked across the street, and thankfully my job didn't require a uniform. I figured I'd be quick and no one would notice. I hurried to the thickest bush, right near the front door, unzipped, and finally started to relieve myself. But almost immediately, I realized something was off. The sound wasn't right. It wasn't hitting dirt. It was solid. Before I could process it, a muffled male voice barked, "What the hell?" And a man suddenly burst out of the bush. He ran past me, wiping himself off. I must have hit him directly. My eyes adjusted enough to make out his shape, build, and clothes, but he disappeared before I could react. A minute later, I heard the screech of tires down the street. That's when it clicked that girl had said she was running home alone at night, and some guy had been hiding in her bushes by the door. If I hadn't been desperate enough to relieve myself right there, I don't even want to think what might have happened. I was so stunned that I didn't even zip up. I just stood there, frozen, trying to process what the hell had just happened. The reality of it was so terrifying that my brain refused to accept it, desperately searching for some logical explanation that would make it all seem normal. I wondered if maybe the bushes led to a backyard and only looked like they were up against the house. Maybe they covered an open basement window or something. But then that voice in my head screamed, "Dude, that guy was wearing a hoodie in 90F heat. That is not normal. He's bad news. You're in real danger." The thought that I'd been just a couple of steps away from some man hiding in the bushes outside a young woman's home at night sent a chill down my spine. My fight or flight response completely broke down, because instead of running, my dumb brain decided to do the absolute worst thing possible. I walked closer to investigate. There had to be a reasonable explanation, right? Some non-creepy reason for a guy in a hoodie to be crouched in the dark shrubs. I circled around, turned on my phone flashlight, and aimed it behind the bushes. But if something looks scary in the dark, trust me, shining a beam of light on it can make it 100 times worse. That's when I saw it. A bag.it was an old, beat-up drawstring backpack, a little damp from, well, yeah, I'd accidentally splashed it. Still in a fog of shock, I reached for it, thinking, okay, maybe this explains it. Maybe he's homeless. Maybe he was just resting here. But when I opened the bag, reality hit me like a truck. Inside were a sharp hunting knife, a roll of duct tape, and a bottle of pills.at. That moment, every illusion I'd been clinging to shattered. My body flipped into full survival mode. Adrenaline and instinct kicked in like never before. Gone was the frozen, confused idiot. I became laser focused on one single goal: get to the car. I dropped the bag like it was on fire, bolted across the street, jumped into my car, and floored it before the door had even shut. I didn't stop until I hit a red light several blocks away. Only then did I pull over in the lot of a 24-hour pharmacy, shaking uncontrollably, trying to catch my breath. When I finally calmed down enough to think clearly, the first question hit me: do I call the cops first or the girl who lives there? I mulled it over for what felt like 10 seconds, but when I glanced at the clock, an entire hour had passed. My brain was still scrambled. Eventually, I told myself, all right, I'm safe in my locked car with the engine running. If anything goes down, I can drive away. But she might not know what's waiting for her, so I started dialing her number. Then a horrifying thought stopped me cold. What if there is no girl? Sure, I was 90% sure I'd delivered here before. But what if I was mistaken? What if the girl on the phone was just bait, a setup to lure me into a trap? Every pizza delivery driver alive has heard of the evil genius case. I replayed the phone call in my head. She'd been panting, said she wasn't home, begged me not to leave. The whole thing was weird. Way too weird. Nope, can't risk it. Call the cops first. So I dialed 911. The operator was calm, professional, thank God, because by then I was completely falling apart. He kept telling me officers were on the way, that I'd done the right thing. But I kept rambling, tripping over my words, trying to explain 3 different points at once. You have to get there before the girl arrives. He wasn't waiting for me, he was waiting for her. But then again, maybe she doesn't even exist. But I did talk to someone on the phone, So if she is real, you need to find her because she has no idea what's happening. And listen, I only check part of the bushes, there could be more than one of them. Oh, and you'll know the guy when you see him because, I peed all over him. Not on purpose, just long story. Finally, the dispatcher told me to stop talking and just stay on the line, and then her number popped up on my phone. Incoming call. I couldn't answer without disconnecting 911, so I ignored it. Seconds later, a text came through, "Hey, I'm here, but I don't see you." I blurted it out to the operator, and they said the offices were just a couple minutes away from the address, but my stomach twisted with guilt. Rationally, I knew the odds of her being some kind of scammer were tiny. Much more likely, she was a real girl walking straight into a nightmare. I unmuted the line and said, "I'm going back. I can't just sit here." They definitely didn't like that answer, but I had already turned the car around. My heart was pounding out of my chest, and the whole way I was muttering under my breath, SHT, F, 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 and then I saw her. She was walking between the parked cars, looking around to figure out which one was mine. I flashed my headlights, and she lit up with a smile, jogging over to my window like nothing was wrong. That carefree attitude actually gave me some relief. If she was part of this, she wouldn't look so relaxed. But my nerves were still on fire because I had no idea what the hell was going on. I whispered urgently, "Get in, get in." She leaned down, confused. "What? You want me to grab the pizza from your trunk?" I shook my head hard. I wasn't going to repeat the same mistake I'd made earlier with 911 by rambling nonsense. This time, I stuck to the bare facts. There was a man hiding in your bushes. I'm on the phone with the police right now. I don't know where he went. Please just get in the car so we can lock the doors. Those few sentences took everything out of me. My voice was trembling, my hands shaking like I'd downed 10 cups of coffee. To prove it, I showed her my phone screen with the active 911 call. I thought that was what convinced her to climb in without hesitation. But later I learned there was another reason. The dispatcher's voice cut in. "Are you still on the line? Is she with you? Are you both safe? Is there anyone else with you?" They kept asking about this mysterious third person, not realizing I was talking to her directly. I clarified quickly, and then we carefully drove to the location the police had directed us to wait while they swept the neighborhood. From that point, things were out of my hands. The patrol cars showed up pretty fast. One officer spoke with me, taking down everything I'd seen and heard. Meanwhile, she gave a more detailed statement, and that's when the truth came out. The reason she immediately jumped into a stranger's car without hesitation wasn't just because I showed her the 911 call. It was because, from my description, she instantly knew who the man was. It was her ex-daughter and abusive, unhinged ex-boyfriend who had been stalking her. The moment I told her there was a man in her bushes, she knew. Later on, she actually called our pizzeria to thank me. She even tried to leave me a huge tip through the store. I wasn't there at the time, so the guy answering the phone didn't know to refuse it. But my manager promised that the next time she orders, we'll cover it with flyers for free pizza for life.to this day. It's the scariest thing I've ever experienced on the job or off it. I don't tell this story often because I don't want anyone recognizing her or connecting the dots to what happened. But I can honestly say that night changed me. Even though the guy had nothing to do with me personally, the whole ordeal shook me to my core. I paid for my wife's dream of opening a CAF, then found out she was having an affair with one of her mysterious Serbian customers. I filed for divorce, and she walked away with nothing. I'm 30 years old, and my wife is 27. We've been married for years. When people hear that, they're usually surprised, since she was only 23 when we tied the knot. My parents weren't thrilled either. They kept saying we should wait a few more years. But back then, it felt like we had this incredible connection, as if we completely understood each other. We dated for barely 15 months before getting married. Looking back now, it sounds insane, but at the time we thought we were soulmates. These days, after everything that's happened, I can't stop wondering if we rushed into it too quickly. One of the best things in my life is the jewelry business. I run with my brothers. We started out in our parents' garage, making handmade pieces and selling them at local markets. Now we own 3 shops in the city, plus an online store that ships nationwide. Most people assume going into business with family is a recipe for disaster. Trust me, I've heard all the horror stories. But my brothers and I have always been close, and we've managed to grow the business without serious fights or drama. If anything, working together made us even tighter. My wife, on the other hand, always dreamed of opening a cozy little CAF that combined her two favorite things, coffee and books. She's a total bookworm. Before I met her, I used to roll my eyes at people who made reading their entire personality, posting endless quotes online, dragging novels everywhere. But now I was married to someone exactly like that. Funny how life works out. When she finally shared her CAF idea, I wanted to make it happen for her. Rent in the upscale part of town she had her heart set on was ridiculous, but I took care of it, knowing that location would give the CAF the best shot at success. And it worked. The place quickly became popular. People came in to read, work on their laptops, or meet up over coffee. She even started a book club and held small author events. The financial investment paid off, and she was over the moon. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Things started shifting around March. Up until then, our marriage was pretty normal. We had date nights on Fridays, movie marathons on weekends, and she'd come home excited to tell me stories about the interesting characters who dropped by her CAF. Usually, it was some student basically living there during exam season, or a local writer hammering away at a manuscript. But one evening, she came home and started talking about a new customer. And the way she described him, it was different. She kept saying how handsome he was, how sharp his clothes looked, and how mysterious his vibe felt. Now, she and I always had a pretty open dynamic about attraction. We could joke about someone being good looking without it turning into jealousy. But this time, it made me uneasy. She sounded like a giddy teenager, going on about his jawline and his accent, like something straight out of the romance novel she devours. The next day, she was practically buzzing with excitement to tell me more. His name was Ivan, from Serbia. Apparently, he'd once owned a successful car dealership back home, but had moved to the States chasing better opportunities. According to her, he was still finding his footing, applying to car dealerships while getting settled. Basically, the classic immigrant American dream set up. They spent hours talking, and she already knew his life story. The more she shared, the more it grated on me. She said he was tall, blonde, always dressed like he belonged in a fashion magazine, even though he was supposedly job hunting. She admired his accent, his taste in books, everything. It wasn't just casual storytelling anymore. It was like she was building a fantasy version of him in her head, the perfect, mysterious European love interest. After a couple weeks, her Ivan updates tapered off. She wasn't coming home with new stories every night, which honestly felt like a relief. But I knew he was still around. She'd casually drop his name now and then. One afternoon, I decided to surprise her by bringing lunch to the CAF, partly to be sweet, partly to see this guy for myself. And sure enough, he was sitting in the corner with a book. I hate to admit it, but he really did look like she described. Tall, attractive, well put together. That night, she came home late with this dreamy expression I'd never seen before. The kind teenagers get after their first kiss. When I asked what was up, she told me Ivan had walked her home. They'd spent hours talking about life and books, and then this part stug, he asked her out. She said she told him she was married, and he supposedly apologized, kissed her hand, and wished her good night, but it wasn't his move that crushed me. It was her reaction. She was glowing, as if being asked out by another man while married was some kind of personal milestone. When I asked why she was so thrilled, she literally said, "It's just like in a novel." That's when alarm bells really started ringing. She worked at that CAF 6 days a week. He was a regular, and our apartment was only a few blocks away. It wasn't hard to imagine how much time they were spending together. What scared me most wasn't him, it was the fact that she liked his attention and she wasn't drawing any boundaries. Instead of treating the situation seriously, she behaved as if it was some exciting side plot in her life. I wanted to tell her to let Ivan find another CAF, but I didn't want to look like the jealous, controlling husband. I kept convincing myself that saying anything would be unnecessary. After all, she did tell him she was married. She could have hidden it if she wanted. Still, that knot in my stomach wouldn't go away. Maybe it was because years ago my ex-girlfriend had also claimed she was just friends with a co-worker, and it later turned into a full-blown affair. For the next few days, I tried to shake it off. My wife loved me, our marriage was strong, and she was simply being friendly with a customer who happened to share her interests. That's what I kept repeating to myself. But every night when she came home, a thought crept in. Did he walk her back again? The worst part was, I couldn't talk about it with my brothers. They'd either laugh and call me paranoid, or worse, they'd go confront Ivan themselves. So I stayed quiet and waited. About a week later, my wife walked through the door carrying a massive bouquet of roses. Not the cheap kind from a supermarket, but the kind you only find at a high-end florist downtown. She casually arranged them in our wedding vase while humming to herself. When I asked, she said they were from Ivan. Supposedly, he'd started working at a car dealership, bought flowers for a co-worker's birthday, and these were extras he decided to give her because she worked so hard. Seriously? Who spends that kind of money on expensive roses just to give away the leftovers? I couldn't believe she was acting like she didn't understand his intentions. This was the same guy who had already held her hand and asked her out. When I bluntly asked if she really didn't see that Ivan had feelings for her, she rolled her eyes and said something that nearly made me lose it. Of course, he likes me. He already asked me out, remember? But the flowers are just a friendly gesture. This from the same woman who had lost her mind a month earlier because I liked a random girl's photo on Instagram from 5 years ago. Let's be real, men don't buy expensive bouquets for married women who rejected them just as friends. That's not how this works. Ivan wasn't a friend. He was playing the long game, chipping away at her with these innocent gestures. And from the way she reacted, it was working. It reminded me of my cousin's marriage. His wife had a friend at the gym who gave her protein shakes and workout gear. Within 6 months, she had moved in with him. I could see the same pattern unfolding right in front of me, but my wife was too wrapped up in her little romantic fantasy, or maybe she just didn't want to admit what was happening. My fears were confirmed 2 days later. My wife was supposed to be home by 6:30 p.m. as usual, but 7:30 passed, then 8 o'clock. I called her twice, no answer. Sure, sometimes she stayed late at the CAF or had inventory to handle, but this time it felt different. I even checked the security camera by our building, waiting for her to appear. Nothing. When I tried her iPhone locator, it was switched off. That's when the darkest thoughts started running through my mind. Finally, at about 8:45, she walked in bubbling with energy, practically glowing. Instead of apologizing for being late or explaining why she ignored my calls, she launched straight into describing the most amazing evening. She had taken Ivan on a full tour of the city. They went to the art museum because he had always wanted to go, then grabbed pizza since he had never tried authentic American pizza before. The way she described every detail made it sound like a first date. This was my wife, the same woman who usually came home from work too exhausted to even go to a restaurant with me, who always complained museums were too crowded. Yet somehow, she had plenty of energy for a 3-hour adventure with him. When she finished her story, I couldn't hold back anymore. I looked her straight in the eye and asked if she was attracted to Ivan. The way her face changed said everything before she even spoke. She immediately went on the defensive, clutching her chest like I'd accused her of something horrific. She insisted she was just trying to be a good person, helping a poor immigrant adjust to life in America. She even brought up her grandparents, saying they once relied on strangers' kindness when they came here. While she rambled, she kept pacing around the kitchen, moving things pointlessly, avoiding eye contact. Classic behavior whenever she lied. That's when I told her flat out she needed to stop seeing Ivan outside of the CAF. Her expression made it look as though I'd told her to stop breathing. She accused me of being insecure, controlling, toxic, jealous. She even pointed out that I'd never had issues with her other male friends, conveniently forgetting they were either married or gay. Then came the tears. She cried that I didn't trust her, asking how I could think she was capable of cheating. But all I could think about was how she hid her messages with Ivan whenever a notification popped up, or how she suddenly started placing her phone face down whenever I was around. I managed to stay calm, even though I wanted to throw something at the wall. I asked her to imagine how she would feel if some beautiful Serbian woman started visiting my jewelry store every day, if I took her on personal tours around the city, gave her gifts, let her hold my hand, and came home late because I was showing her around. My wife just rolled her eyes and said, "That's different." Yet, when I asked her to explain how, she had no answer. Then she dragged up some random guy from college who once had a crush on her, as if that was the same thing. By this point, the red flags were piling up so high it felt like I was watching a parade. The way she twisted herself into knots trying to justify it only made my suspicions stronger. Something was clearly going on between them. She even claimed she would understand if the roles were reversed. Really? The same woman who made me unfollow my ex from 10 years ago on Instagram, the same one who got upset because my cousin hugged me a little too long at Christmas, was now saying she'd be totally fine if I spent time with some attractive woman who was openly flirting with me. And I was supposed to believe that. Meanwhile, I was expected to stay calm while she played tour guide for a man who clearly wanted to sleep with her. Yes, at the beginning of our marriage, we agreed that admitting someone else was attractive wasn't a crime as long as it never went beyond that. But she had already crossed that line. That night, I ended up sleeping on the couch. Honestly, that part didn't surprise me. What did surprise me was how quickly everything went silent after the fight. Suddenly, no more stories about Ivan. She stopped bringing him up completely. No more cute updates about what he was reading or saying. She started coming home on time every night, as if life had gone back to normal. I began to wonder if maybe I had pushed too hard, maybe she had actually listened and set boundaries. Even my brother mentioned I looked less tense at work. For the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe again, and then came that random Tuesday. I had just closed a big deal and decided to surprise her by dropping by the CAF for lunch. She basically lived their opening to closing, never taking breaks, always saying a good owner had to be present. But when I walked in, only her staff were around. My wife was nowhere in sight. That alone felt strange. I asked one of the employees where she was, but got only a vague, awkward answer. Something inside me told me not to push it. Instead, I went back to my car, parked across the street, and decided to wait. That's when I saw them. My wife and Ivan, walking side by side, arms linked like they were on a date. She laughed at something he said, leaning toward him the way she used to. Leaned toward me. They didn't look like CAF owner and customer. They didn't even look like friends. They looked like a couple, real partners, lovers. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I watched as my wife clung to this man, the same one she promised to cut TIs with. And in that moment, I knew our marriage was probably already dead. Still, I also knew I needed proof before taking any steps. The urge to jump out of the car and confront them was overwhelming. My first thought was to punch Ivan, maybe remind him what happens when you mess with another man's wife. But I'm not a violent guy. The most aggressive I'd ever been was yelling at a referee during my nephew's basketball game. Even so, seeing them together like that made every muscle in my body tense with rage. The only thing holding me back was the thought of our family business, my brothers, and how a criminal charge would destroy everything we'd built. So I stayed put, gripping the seat, forcing myself to breathe, while they strolled back into the CAF like nothing had happened, as if my world wasn't collapsing right in front of me. That night felt like the longest day of my life. I must have typed 50 furious messages to her, only to delete every single one. I thought about calling my brothers, but I knew they'd either tell me I was misinterpreting everything, or they'd storm over to Ivan's job and make a scene. I even considered calling her parents. They'd always treated me like family. Her father had even helped us open the CAF. But in the end, I kept quiet. Information is power, right? And now, I had information she didn't know I had. When she finally came home that evening, I acted normal, asked about her day. She sat at the kitchen table, eating the lasagna I had spent 2 hours making, talking about a new coffee roast. They were trying at the CAF about how busy her shift had been. Not a single word about Ivan. This was the same woman who used to tell me every detail of her day, right down to what her regulars ordered for breakfast. Now she was lying to my face while chewing my food. That's when I realized I had to be smart. If I confronted her right then, she'd only deny everything, delete evidence, and become even more careful. No, I needed real proof. So I made a decision. I would wait, watch, collect what I needed. Because if my marriage was going to end, it wasn't going to be because I suspected. It would be because I knew. She was probably dreaming about her Serbian lover. Meanwhile, I felt like some kind of stalker, even though in reality it was her perfect little fling that was about to blow up in her face. I covered my tracks carefully, deleted exported messages, wiped the photo I had just sent to myself, even cleared the WhatsApp web history. The whole operation took maybe 5 minutes, but it felt like hours. Once I had the files saved on my phone, I went downstairs and started reading. I wish I had in single quotes T.T first. The chat looked harmless, talks about books, coffee, how he was settling into life in America. But then I stumbled onto messages that twisted my stomach into knots. They were discussing a romance novel she had recommended to him, one of those cheesy stories she had tried to push on me too. But soon, the conversation shifted. They started comparing themselves to the characters in the book. As far as I could tell, it was about a forbidden love affair. Then Ivan began making comments about the intimate scenes and about my wife, the woman I had been married to for 5 years, the one I built a business with, the one I trusted above everyone else, was bragging about sleeping with. Him. No sugarcoating, no innuendo. Clear, explicit messages with details of their meetups. Jokes about how the affair added spice to her life. She literally wrote that she didn't regret cheating on me. She was even proud of it. She got turned on by the very idea of sneaking around, as if she were the heroine of one of her dumb romance novels. This was the same woman who cried during our wedding vows, swearing loyalty, swearing forever. And now she had turned our marriage into a trashy plot line for her own real-life love story. I couldn't stay in the house after reading that. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, freezing outside, but I had to get out. I walked aimlessly, staring at my phone, rereading every line, torturing myself with every disgusting detail. I came back home around 3 o'clock a.m. She was still asleep in our bed. I checked her phone again, and this time I recorded a video of the chat. Not screenshots, an actual screen recording scrolling through the conversation, complete with dates, names, and everything. I'd seen my cousins go through divorces where cases collapsed because of fake or incomplete evidence. I wasn't going to let her slip out of this. I saved everything, the full chat, the photos, the messages. Let her try to explain that away as friendship with a customer. The worst part wasn't even the cheating itself. It was the way they laughed about it, making me the punchline. While I was working overtime to cover the rent for her CAF, she was getting off on sneaking around behind my back. Reading their jokes about me, about the husband at home while she was with him, it broke something inside me. It wasn't just betrayal, it was humiliation. She even told him personal things I had only ever shared with her, private pieces of myself that were supposed to stay between us. She thought she was living in one of her novel's bored wife chasing excitement with a mysterious foreigner. But this wasn't fiction, and there wasn't going to be a happy ending. I had already contacted a divorce attorney, one who specializes in infidelity cases. I wasn't going to play the part of the knave husband in her pathetic story anymore. Update Tuno, I can finally talk about what happened. After weeks of careful planning with my lawyer, we started the divorce process. I hired a process server and paid extra to make sure she got the papers at the busiest time of day lunch rush at the CAF. I took a cab and parked across the street to watch. The server walked straight into the packed CAF, past her regulars and her precious little book club ladies, and handed her the divorce papers right at the counter. She tried to drag him into the back room, but he loudly announced he was serving her divorce documents. Through the window, I watched her perfect little world shatter. Her hands shook so badly she could barely hold the envelope. A few of her book club friends were there too, watching the scene unfold. So much for her image as the sophisticated CAF owner. The rest of the day, I buried myself in work, and honestly, I felt incredible. My brothers knew something was up because I was in too good of a mood. Normally, I'd be glued to my phone, but that day I didn't care. No missed calls, no desperate texts begging for forgiveness. She knew she was caught. The prenup, ironically, pushed by her own parents, had a very clear infidelity clause. She wouldn't be getting a dime from me. When she finally came home that evening, she looked wrecked. Mascara smeared, eyes swollen, nose red from crying. Not the confident woman sneaking around with her Serbian fling, but a broken mess. She kept asking what she had done wrong, as if she genuinely didn't understand. The funniest part, watching her try to figure out what exactly I knew. She threw out guesses. Was it something Ivan said? Was it because she came home late sometimes? She was grasping at straws, desperate for an angle to escape. I just sat there silently, knowing I had every piece of evidence saved in 3 different copies. Eventually, I gave her a hint. I told her I saw her walking arm in arm with Ivan that day when she was supposed to be working. The shift in her face was instant. From sobbing wreck to defensive mode in seconds. Suddenly I was overreacting. Destroying our marriage over one innocent walk, insecure and controlling, and the next moment, she was begging me to reconsider. She even mentioned marriage counseling, as if that could undo the filth she'd written about me. She flipped between insults and pleas, desperate to salvage something. I was done with the performance. I told her to get out of my house. Yes, my house. I bought it before we were married, something she seemed to have forgotten. She tried to argue, but I just pointed at the door. Once she left, I called my lawyer. Most of our joint funds were already moved into my personal account, with every document backed up. My years of running a business had taught me to handle money properly, and now it was paying off. She could live in her little romance fantasy, but the divorce was real. I had hired the best divorce attorney in the city, the same one who handled a friend's case when his wife cheated with the neighbor. Expensive as hell, $400 an hour, but worth every cent. But watching my wife realize she couldn't afford a lawyer anywhere near the level of mine, that alone was worth every cent. Let me say this, a good divorce attorney is worth his weight in gold. Mine earned every single dollar. When it came to court, he didn't just present evidence, he told a story. He showed the judge photos of them together, even after I had explicitly asked her to end contact. Then he read out the WhatsApp conversations where they openly admitted to the affair. The look on the judge's face as he read their giddy messages about how exciting it was to sneak around priceless, and my attorney didn't stop there. He dug through our joint accounts like a forensic accountant. He found restaurant bills I'd never been to, perfectly matching them with messages from Ivan thanking her for dinner. He connected movie tickets, museum passes, even a weekend trip they tried to disguise as a business conference, all of it paid from our money that I was earning. But the knockout blow, he uncovered receipts from Victoria's Secret dated exactly when she was texting Ivan about a special surprise. At that moment, her lawyer's face went pale. My attorney painted a vivid picture, me, the hard-working husband funding her dream CAF, paying the rent, supporting her ambitions while she used my money to wine, dine, and entertain her lover. He even pointed out that I was covering rent for a high-end CAF space, and she turned it into her personal dating spot. Her attorney tried weak arguments claiming I worked too much or didn't read the books she suggested. The judge literally rolled his eyes. In the end, justice prevailed. Thanks to the prenup, I kept everything. She got no alimony because the adultery was undeniable, and I had been the sole financial support for her business. The only thing she kept were the CAF itself and the Audi I had once bought for her. I didn't have proof of ownership for those. Now, getting back at Ivan was trickier. I wasn't about to risk jail for two people who weren't worth it. But fate handed me an opportunity. One day, I spotted him leaving the CAF, no doubt, after another cozy afternoon with my EX. I followed him at a distance until we were clear of cameras and crowds. I called out his name. When he turned, I introduced myself. Hey, Ivan, I'm your lover's husband. The look on his face, frozen right before my fist connected with his jaw, was perfect. My hand ached for days afterward, but seeing him sprawled on the pavement was worth it. Blood on his lip, stunned expression like he never thought sleeping with another man's wife might come with consequences. I was ready if he fought back. But he didn't. He just stood up, wiped his mouth, and walked away. I guess that mysterious macho act was only for married women. I wanted to do more, but I knew one punch was all I could afford without risking an assault charge. Then came the sweetest part of revenge. The CAF rent for $500 a month was due May 1st. Right in the middle of the day, my phone started blowing up. My ex sobbing, saying she couldn't cover it. Turns out running a CAF isn't so glamorous when you actually have to pay the bills instead of burning through someone else's money. She kept saying things like, please, I built this place from the ground up, conveniently forgetting whose money actually built it. Please turned into bargaining. She promised to pay me back, even offered me a share in the CAF, just to save her precious business. Every time she begged, my answer was the same, sell the Audi. She cried harder, saying she needed the car, that she couldn't run the CAF without it. I ignored her and eventually blocked her number. A week later, my brother sent me a screenshot. From Facebook Marketplace, her white Audi listed for urgent sale. After she sold the car, she called me from another number, screaming about how cruel I was, accusing me of destroying her life's work just because I wouldn't cover her rent. I laughed and reminded her how much fun and excitement she'd had cheating on me in the very CAF rent I was paying for. That was the last time I heard from her, honestly. I'm looking forward to next May. Without my money, without my accountant managing her books, and without the flashy car to prop up her image, I doubt the CAF will last a year. Those same book club ladies who once adored her Most stopped going. Turns out, getting divorce papers served for adultery in front of your customers isn't exactly great for business. My brother drove by recently. He said the place looked pretty empty. I nearly lost $900,000 during my divorce, but instead, I destroyed my cheating wife in court with shocking evidence. I work as an elementary school teacher, so my daily routine is very predictable. I have fixed hours at school, and every Tuesday, we usually had staff meetings that ended around PM. That meant I normally got home by 7. My wife, Terry, whom I had been married to for over 30 years, would go to the gym every Tuesday evening. She always came back exhausted, so I usually prepared dinner while she showered and handled the house chores, but one day, my principal surprised us by cancelling the meeting. It was only 3:30 PM, and I thought it would be a great idea to head home early, cook dinner, and maybe catch up on some household tasks. Lately, I'd noticed Terry becoming more distant, and I hoped a candlelit dinner might help rekindle some spark between us. Our marriage had been strained by financial troubles, and I could feel her pulling away more and more. She wanted to control everything, and if things didn't go her way, she would become stubborn and irritable. I always thought of myself as patient, but it was starting to wear me down. When I got home, I noticed her car in the garage. That was strange because she usually took the bus to the gym. I slipped in quietly through the back door. The first thing I saw was her purse sitting on the kitchen counter. Terry was always meticulous about where she placed her things, so this was odd. Then I noticed her workout clothes and a large towel on the floor. Just as confusion set in, I heard noises coming from upstairs. My first thought was that she might not be feeling well, so I cautiously started up the stairs. That's when I stumbled over a pair of men's shoes. Scattered on the steps were pants, a shirt, socks, and worst of all, terrace lingerie, the kind she only wore for anniversaries or special nights. My blood ran cold. I froze on the stairs, heart pounding, stomach turning. For a moment, I thought I might faint. I sat down, trembling, then anger began to boil inside me, an emotion I rarely allowed to take control. Years of teaching had given me patience, but this was beyond anything I could manage. I moved quietly toward the bedroom. To reach it, you had to pass through the walk-in closet. The door was cracked open just enough for me to see inside. And there it was. My wife, my partner of 3 decades, the mother of our children, betraying me in our own bed. I pulled out my phone and hit record. I knew I would need proof, not just for myself, but for the storm that was about to follow. Watching it unfold before my eyes was like living through a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. Terry, the woman who claimed to love me, who volunteered at charities, who acted like the perfect wife, was now just another liar. I couldn't watch anymore. I stopped recording, slipped out of the house, and just walked aimlessly. Eventually, I ended up in a park miles away. I sat on a bench, splashed some water on my face, and played the video back. The sound was low, so nearby kids wouldn't hear. But on that screen was the collapse of my marriage, my family, my entire life. And there, in the park, I broke down and cried .by the time I got back home. It was around 7 PM, my usual return time on meeting days. Terry greeted me at the back door with fake concern. "Honey, are you okay? You look so pale. What happened? Do you want me to get you something to drink?" Her eyes were full of feigned worry, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. My voice shook as I muttered, "Not really. I think it's just my stomach. I'm going to take a shower and sleep it off." "All right, but take a bucket in case you throw up." "I don't want to ruin the clean sheets," she said casually. That almost broke me. Those clean sheets had already been ruined, stained by betrayal. I replied more firmly, "I'll sleep in the guest room tonight." And that's exactly what I did. For the next few days, I pretended to be unwell. She went on with life as if nothing had happened, while I carried the weight of the recording in my pocket, the evidence that my marriage was nothing but ashes. When Monday came, I finally decided what to do next. I needed answers. Was this just a one-time betrayal, or had it been going on for a while? The next morning, I told the school principal that I had to undergo an unexpected medical procedure and wouldn't be able to teach for a few days. A substitute was arranged, which gave me the freedom I needed. On Tuesday, I left home as usual, but parked several streets away, then walked back quietly, cutting through neighbors' yards. I knew all the back routes and moved carefully so no one would notice me. I slipped into our detached garage and changed into casual clothes and soft shoes to keep silent. Then came the waiting. I remembered that the last time I'd come home, Early, there hadn't been any strange cars parked outside. That meant her lover probably came on foot. I crouched behind the hedge and bushes near our front entrance, hidden but with a clear view of the door. Terry carried on her morning as if everything were normal: washing dishes, starting the dishwasher, vacuuming, dusting. Around 11:30, she went upstairs. I heard the shower running, followed by the toilet flushing. After about 45 minutes, she came back down and left the front door slightly open, an unspoken invitation for her guest. It didn't take long. Around 12:30, he showed up. I didn't know who he was at first, but I managed to capture about 10 seconds of video on my phone. It showed his side profile and almost a clear shot of his face. He didn't hesitate, he just walked straight into my house. The first words I heard froze me in place. "I hope you're wearing that workout outfit again." Of course, Terry replied with a giggle. "You always loved when I put it on. Sometimes I think that's what hooked you in the first place." That was all I needed. Their comfort with each other screamed of a long-term affair. They headed upstairs without a care in the world. I returned to the garage, my heart pounding out of my chest. My head was spinning with questions. Who was this man? How long had this been going on? And why hadn't she ever talked to me about anything? What terrified me more was the thought of my health. They hadn't used protection, at least not that I could see. The idea that she might have put me at risk made my stomach churn. I thought back to her years at the gym, the social circle of married women she had joined, and the charity events. Maybe the gym held the answers. Update 1: being a teacher came with one big advantage: I had access to printers and other resources. I decided to start by printing still frames from the video I had taken. Identifying him was now my top priority. On Thursday, when Terry was supposed to go to the gym again, I suggested going with her. I claimed I was thinking about getting a membership myself, especially since school was on break. She immediately grew uncomfortable and tried to talk me out of it. "It's really just a group of wives who chat more than work out," she insisted. But I didn't budge. So that Thursday, I walked into the gym with her. The moment I stepped inside, it felt like a scene from an old western. Everyone turned to stare at me, whispering among themselves. Terry was visibly on edge, sneaking nervous glances toward the staff area. I tried to distract myself by walking around the facility. It was the usual setup: rows of machines, mirrors on the walls. Near the exit, I noticed a staff board with photos and contact info. At the top was the owner and director, Miss Elizabeth West, followed by 2 women and 1 man. My blood went cold. The man was him, the lover. Under his photo, Philip Barnes, head of training programs, personal coach. As I memorized his number. I looked back toward the machines. Terry was gone. Panic struck me until I spotted her a few minutes later in a hushed but desperate conversation with none other than Philip. She stood partly hidden behind weight equipment, gesturing for him to leave. Then she quickly returned to her machine as if nothing had happened. She didn't realize I'd seen it all. I sat there, burning with rage, trying to keep my composure. When she came back over, she noticed my pale face and asked softly, "Are you okay? Is your blood sugar still low?" "I'm fine now," I replied coldly. "Are you ready to leave?" Before she could answer, the director's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, the last training session of the day is cancelled." Mr. Barnes suddenly felt unwell and had to go home. A wave of disappointment swept through the women in the gym. But I wasn't disappointed. For me, it only confirmed everything. Update: it seemed that workouts with Mr. Bont were a cornerstone for many women at that gym. That alone made me think this needed deeper investigation. When I glanced at Terry, she didn't show much reaction to the announcement of his sudden illness, but I could swear I saw her shoulders relax as if a huge weight had been lifted. "Let's go," she said quickly, snatching her towel and gym bag from the storage area where everyone left their things during class. We were just stepping out when a woman approached us, someone I didn't immediately recognize. "Such a shame we couldn't finish today's session properly," she commented to Terry. Terry gave a brief, agreed, and headed toward the car, clearly signaling that she had no interest in chatting further. "See you later," she tossed over her shoulder before sliding into the car faster than I'd ever seen her move. The ride home was silent. Terry leaned her head back, closed her eyes, and deliberately slowed her breathing as though calming herself. She looked serene, almost too serene, and I couldn't help but think maybe I could use this relaxed moment to probe deeper. "That was a pretty interesting workout, dear," I remarked. "The place is really well equipped." "No wonder. You've stayed so toned all these years. Thanks, honey, she replied softly. You're absolutely right, the program's great, and I enjoy being there. The women are friendly too. Too bad Mr. Bont wasn't around today. She caught herself too quickly, correcting. Philip Bont. He usually finishes every session with those tough exercises that really push us to the limit. It's always disappointing when he's not around. Inside, my stomach twisted. I knew all too well how far he had been pushing her body, but outwardly I only muttered, maybe he'll be better by next Thursday. The thought of their next intimate encounter made me sick, but I shoved it down. The following week, I had playground duty at school during pickup time. For those unfamiliar, it's chaos kids rushing out, chatting with friends, scanning for parents, while we teachers try to keep order until each child is collected. Near the end of pickup, a car pulled up, and I instantly recognized the driver. It was the same woman who had tried speaking to Terry in the gym. Hello, she said nervously. Sorry, I'm new to all this and lost track of the time. My son Timothy's here, right? That wasn't. Unusual new parents often struggled with pickup procedures. I reassured her I'd get Timothy while colleagues covered the remaining kids. I found him near his classroom, chatting with another student. Hey Tim, your mum's here, I said. Let's head to the pickup area. He looked puzzled. He was in the last year of elementary school, old enough not to lose track of time. That's weird, he muttered. Mum's usually busy with her fitness instructor on Friday afternoons. Back at my old school, she often didn't come until 5:30. The word fitness instructor hit me like a hammer. My heart pounded as I casually asked, oh, that's great she takes care of her health. Do you happen to know his name? Yeah, it's Bont, or something like that, Tim answered innocently. He works at the local gym, but also does private lessons at home. That's who I want to be when I grow up. Mum always seems so happy and relaxed after training with him. We usually order takeout on Fridays because she doesn't have time to cook. I nearly lost my composure. This man wasn't just entangled with my wife, he was messing around with multiple women in town. Back at the car, his mother thanked me warmly for helping. Not a problem, I said smoothly. Part of the job. By the way, I don't think we've officially met. I'm Jared D. Kids just call me Mr. D. Nice to meet you, she replied, shaking my hand. I'm Mary Jones. I remember seeing you at the gym last Thursday. You were there with your wife, Terry. Sorry she seemed in such a hurry to leave. It looked like Mr. Bont's absence threw everything off. The moment she said his name, her entire demeanor shifted. She paled, her hands trembled, and she stammered, well, Mr. D, see you later, before practically fleeing the parking lot. That sealed it. Bont wasn't just a trainer. He was a serial predator in our community. Update 3, it was time to think about my future. And in that vision, there was no Terry. Rage gave me clarity. I began reviewing all the small but crucial details of our shared life, the sort of things couples often overlook. Who pays which bills? Which insurance company do we use? When are utilities due? From which account do we make automatic payments? I discovered the mortgage had only a small balance left. My retirement account had grown to an impressive 900,000 thanks to mandatory contributions from our teachers' union. Our savings account, intended for an overseas vacation, held about $30,000. That trip was no longer on the table. My priority became draining it before Terry realized I knew about her betrayal. Quietly, I engineered a series of appliance breakdowns while she wasn't home. I'd unplug a cord, then claim a repairman had come to fix it, paying in cash. In reality, I pocketed the money and repaired it myself. Over time, I gathered nearly $20,000 this way. I also purchased tools and other necessities to prepare for what was coming. Update 3 always paid cash for everything, showing the receipts to Terry, then secretly returning the items the next day. Dishonest? Absolutely. But honesty and trust had already been gutted from our marriage. Because of her actions, I was becoming a man I never thought I could be a liar. Her Thursday daytime workouts with Bont continued, and I no longer bothered even trying to initiate anything intimate with her. We coexisted like roommates. That was it. Quietly, I began boxing up my personal belongings, keeping them stored in the garage where Terry rarely went. Since her car usually sat outside, the garage was basically my territory, and she didn't notice my gradual disappearance. On the rare occasion she did ask about missing items, I told her they'd broken or that I didn't need them anymore. She accepted those answers, mostly because many of my things didn't fit her preferred aesthetic anyway. When most of my possessions were gone and the house looked practically unchanged, I realized how much I'd already surrendered to Tara's control over the years. I withdrew what I could from my retirement account and bought a small house on the edge of town. It wasn't much, just 2 bedrooms, a tiny yard, and a garage, but it was mine, close to the school where I worked. And best of all, the mortgage was small enough that half my salary easily covered the payments. No mansion, no luxury, but solid. Amazing what you can find if you're willing to skip the glossy neighborhoods. I moved my belongings in piece by piece. Furniture wasn't a problem. Second-hand shops and donation centers were full of cheap finds. Honestly, the place reflected my own state, used but still standing. It was time for everyone to get what they deserved. One afternoon at school pickup, Mary Jones came over to me again. Her son Timothy was playing nearby, but I immediately noticed she looked shaken, as if she had been crying. As a teacher, you get trained to read those signs. "Mr. D, can I talk to you for a minute?" she asked, her voice wavering. "Of course. Just park over there and meet me at the benches," I said. I always joked that those benches near the pickup zone were my office. She parked, then joined me while Timothy kicked a ball around. She hesitated, then finally began. "I don't know how much you know about what's been happening at the gym." I kept my face steady. "I know Terry, my wife, enjoys it there. Says it keeps her in shape." Mary bit her lip, clearly wrestling with herself. Then she blurted, "There are things you need to know." I cut to the chase. "Does this have to do with Philip Bont?" Her expression hardened instantly. "You have no idea just how much it has to do with that pig." "I can imagine," I replied carefully. "But go on." Tears welled in her eyes. "He targets women at the gym. Regulars. He watches, waits, and then pounces." I asked how she knew. She looked away, ashamed. "Because I was one of them. Until last month. We met every Friday at 12:30. Her voice faltered as though reliving it. She confessed how she had believed there could be a future with him. Divorced, lonely, missing intimacy, Bont had filled a void. Until, suddenly, another woman replaced her. He dropped her cold with nothing but a half-hearted, "Sorry, can't anymore." She gave a bitter laugh through tears. "I thought I was special. Turns out I was just another notch." I sat stunned. How could she unload this on me, her child's teacher? She must have been truly desperate. Trying to offer some comfort, I murmured, "Relationships aren't always what they seem." Her eyes narrowed, searching my face. Then she whispered, "You already know, don't you, about him and Terry?" I swallowed hard. "Yes, I know." Mary reached for my arm. "Then please believe me, he'll keep doing this until someone stops him. He doesn't care who he hurts as long as his ego's fed. He even brags about it at bars with his buddies." Her tone sharpened. "If you need my help to make him pay, just say the word. That man deserves to be brought down." She called for Timothy and drove off, leaving me in silence. I sat there, mind racing. Oddly, I felt a flicker of relief. Her confession made my plan for revenge seem less like an act of a betrayed husband and more like a moral obligation. Bont wasn't just wrecking my life, he was a predator preying on countless women. The question now was, how many more? I started piecing together his schedule. The gym was open every day except Mondays, and he seemed to be there constantly. Using the number listed at the gym, I tracked down his address, just 3 blocks from our house. No wonder it was so easy for him to sneak over for sessions with my wife. I told Terry that my doctor had recommended daily evening walks around PM. Luckily, she showed no interest in joining me. That gave me the perfect cover, since I knew it wouldn't interfere with her own meetings. Everything went smoothly. During my first evening walk, I headed straight to Bont's address and discovered that he lived in a ground floor apartment among several similar buildings. His car wasn't there, so I lingered nearby to catch his return. He usually left our house well before PM, which meant he almost always came back around that time. Sure enough, at exactly PM, he walked into his apartment. It became a routine, day after day, whenever I was free to go out. On days I had staff meetings and couldn't leave, I assumed he still followed the same pattern. I began to suspect that his evenings at the gym weren't really about exercise, but about meeting different women. To confirm this, I adjusted my schedule, starting my walks earlier and watching his daily movements more closely. Eventually, I decided to take a full week off from work just to investigate. I went to an electronics store and purchased surveillance Equipment: a long-range listening device, motion-triggered HD cameras with audio, and an external hard drive for storage. On Monday, after setting everything up, I installed the first camera inside Bont's apartment. Luckily, his place was small, almost like a studio with a kitchenette and dining space. One camera was enough to cover the entire living area except the bedroom. Breaking in was shockingly easy. He hid his keys under the doormat, careless. All I had to do was wait for him to head to the gym, slip inside, place the camera, and leave. From then on, every sound or movement in his apartment was recorded and streamed straight to my laptop, time-stamped and secure. That same evening, I got my first footage, Bont eating takeout in front of the TV before heading to bed at PM. The next day, I slipped into the gym through the back entrance after closing time and set up a second camera in a private room where clients were usually assessed. This was the same room Bont often used for one-on-one sessions. By Wednesday, when Terry went out shopping, I had already installed the third and fourth cameras, one in our bedroom and another in the living room. Reviewing Tuesday's recordings shocked me, though deep down I wasn't surprised. Bont woke up, went out for breakfast, then came back and made a phone call. "Julie, hey, it's me." "He's gone. See you at 12:30. "Where what I told you." "Don't worry, I'll be careful no one will see me come over." "You said he's out for 3 days? Perfect. I'll come Thursday and Friday too. We'll talk later. Love you." He hung up with a spring in his step, practically glowing. On Thursday, I set up in the garage with my laptop, waiting. As expected, the camera caught him returning with breakfast again, then calling Terry. She answered, "Good thing my husband left for work. See you at 12:30, like always." That was the breaking point. Later, I asked Mary Terrace mother to help me compile a list of all the women Bont had been involved with in the past. She attacked the task with energy, and within a week I had names and addresses. To my horror, Terrace's name was on that list to dot a T. This point, our house meant nothing to me. It wasn't a home anymore, just a building. Terry noticed the emptiness, but I brushed it off, saying I was reorganizing my things. Meanwhile, I secretly prepared for the end. I met with a divorce attorney, set up new bank accounts and insurance under my name only, moved our vacation savings to my private account, and switched to a new SIM card. I even changed the beneficiaries of my retirement plan to our children. I gathered all the evidence, surveillance footage, phone transcripts, photographs. I placed it all in folders, along with the names and contact details of the women Bont had been with. I even included the address of a local clinic for STD testing, since most of his affairs were unprotected. On our kitchen table, I left divorce papers, DVDs of their encounters, printed stills, and my wedding ring cut in half and smeared with grime. Beside it was a note: "Terry, this ruined ring is what's left of our marriage. Do not contact me. If you must, do it through the attorney listed in the documents. I've requested a restraining order at the school, so do not come there. Any disturbance will result in immediate police intervention. Our children know the truth, so don't expect to rewrite the story." Then I left Dot. In the weeks that followed, everything fell apart for them. Word of the scandal spread quickly. The gym owner was forced to shut down and leave town. Bont was later found beaten in an alley downtown. Divorce filings surged in our area, and several houses went up for sale. Terry came home that day, found my farewell package, and fainted. On the spot, a neighbor called an ambulance. She later tried to contact me, but I ignored every attempt. Eventually, she even stormed the school, which ended in her arrest. After that, her efforts stopped. Our children didn't hold back. They confronted her openly, disgusted by her betrayal. Thankfully, they had inherited stronger values from me, not her. The divorce went through and financial matters were settled. Terry had to sell the house and move into a smaller place on the outskirts of town. By then, she was known around the community as the gym slut. Every time she went out, whispers and mocking glances followed. Shame and depression eventually pushed her into psychiatric care.as for me. I kept teaching, rebuilt my life, and now live peacefully in my new home. My mum and unemployed sister are trying to take 80% of my father's inheritance. They nearly ruined his business's reputation and now accuse me of embezzlement. I'm 32, and this has been one of the hardest weeks of my life. My dad suddenly passed away from a heart attack, and on top of grieving, I'm forced to deal with ugly family drama. Never in a million years did I think I'd face something like this at my age, but here we are. My parents divorced when I was 15, and it was brutal. My mum cheated on my dad with his best friend, which tore our family apart. My younger sister, Emmy, she's 28 now, sided with mum. I chose to live with dad, and things were never the same between us again. Dad was a self-made businessman. He started with a tiny electronics repair shop in our garage when I was a kid. I still remember spending weekends helping him sort parts and study circuit diagrams. Over the years, he grew that little shop into a chain of stores across the state. His story always inspired me. He worked relentlessly and achieved everything through grit and perseverance. After the divorce, he buried himself even more in work. I think it was his way of coping with the betrayal. Many nights I'd wake up and find him hunched over spreadsheets at RM, planning new strategies. Despite the long hours, he always made time for me. We had breakfast together every morning, and he never missed a single school event. Eventually, he remarried a wonderful woman named Susan. She never tried to replace my mum, but she was kind, supportive, and a true partner for my dad. They traveled, volunteered, and seemed genuinely happy together. It made me feel good to see him smiling again. Meanwhile, mum's life went downhill. Her fling with dad's ex-best friend didn't last, and since then she's been struggling financially. She always claimed dad cheated her in the divorce, but from what I know, the settlement was fair. He even let her keep the family home, which she later had to sell because of her own poor money management. Over the years, she bounced from one job to another: real estate, retail, catering. Every time she started with enthusiasm but gave up as soon as things got difficult. Emmy followed the same path, dropped out of college, hopped from job to job, talked about big dreams but never saw them through. She leaned on mum financially and emotionally, and together they lived in this strange bubble of resentment against my dad. Yesterday we held dad's funeral. It was heartbreaking, but also overwhelming to see how many people came to pay their respects. The church was packed with colleagues, employees, and people from the community who admired him. I gave the eulogy, sharing stories about his kindness, work ethic, and the lessons he taught me about honesty, resilience, and helping others. Speaking through the tears was hard, but I wanted to honor him properly. What stunned me was that mum and Emmy showed up. They hadn't spoken to dad in years. They sat in the very back, whispering to each other. At first, I was glad they came, but later, I overheard them talking, and what I heard made me sick. Mum said, "Now's our chance to finally get what we deserve." Emmy nodded, saying they should fight for at least 80% of the inheritance. Their plan? Challenge the will, claim dad wasn't of sound mind, and argue that mum supported him for years while he built the business. I couldn't believe it. We were literally standing in the church at his funeral, and they were already plotting to grab his money. Dad always taught me to work for what you earn, and here they were, scheming to steal what wasn't theirs. It felt like betrayal, not just of me, but of everything he stood for. I wanted to confront them right then, but I held back. It was Dad's funeral, not the place for a scene. Instead, I kept quiet and decided to stay alert. In the days after, I noticed Mum and Emmy acting suspiciously sweet towards Susan, completely unlike them. They were trying to win her over, hoping she'd soften. I even caught Emmy snooping around Dad's office, pretending to look for family photos, but obviously searching for documents to use in court. Yesterday, we finally sat down with Dad's lawyer for the reading of the will. Susan was quiet, still shaken from losing him. Mum and Emmy kept shifting in their seats, glancing at each other nervously. I tried to keep my face neutral, though inside I knew exactly what they were hoping for. As expected, Dad left the business to me since I'd worked alongside him for years and understood it best. Susan inherited the house and a large portion of his savings. He also made several charitable donations, true to his values, and Mum, Emmy, they weren't even mentioned. Mum and my sister only got symbolic amounts, $10,000 each. The moment the lawyer finished reading the will, my mother exploded. She started yelling about how unfair it was, how she had supported my father for years while he built his company, and how she deserved a bigger share. Conveniently, she left out the part where her affair destroyed their marriage. Emmy jumped in right after, claiming it wasn't right that I inherited so much since I had already benefited by living with Dad after the divorce. She accused him of favoritism, saying he punished her just because she sided with Mum back then. It was obvious they had rehearsed this whole performance. That's when I snapped. I told them I had overheard their little scheme at the funeral. I called them out for plotting to contest the will and trying to take advantage of the situation. I said they should be ashamed of themselves thinking only about money while the rest of us were grieving. Mum tried to backpedal, saying I didn't understand how hard things were for her after the divorce. She painted herself as a victim, glossing over the fact that she squandered everything she got in the settlement. Emmy accused me of always taking Dad's side and never caring about them, but I stood my ground. I reminded them how they treated Dad all those years, cutting him off, rejecting his attempts at reconciliation. I pointed out that he didn't owe them anything. The fact that he left them even a token amount was proof of his generosity. The meeting ended with Mum and Emmy storming out, threatening to bring in lawyers. Susan broke down crying from the stress. The attorney reassured us that the will was solid and very hard to challenge, but he warned that if they did file a lawsuit, things could get ugly and drag on for a long time. Since then, my phone hasn't stopped buzzing. Relatives keep reaching out with their opinions. Some are on my side, saying Mum and Emmy are just being greedy and that Dad had every right to decide what happened with his estate. Others say I'm being too harsh and should try to see their perspective. A few even suggested I hand over part of my inheritance for the sake of peace in the family, but I refuse. Dad worked himself to the bone for everything he built. He alone had the right to decide how his estate would be divided. Mum forfeited any claim the day she cheated and walked away. Emmy chose her side back then, and she barely had any relationship with Dad for years. I've spent the last several days digging into Dad's business records, determined to be ready in case they take this to court. From everything I can see, Mum's claims of supporting him while he built the company are exaggerated. The truth is, the business only really took off after the divorce, when Dad threw himself completely into work. I also spoke with longtime employees who had been with him from the early days. They shared stories of his dedication, working nights, weekends, never slowing down. One of them, Jim, told me how Dad gave him a chance when no one else would. Jim had a criminal record from his youth and couldn't find a job anywhere, but Dad hired him as a janitor and later helped him rise all the way to store manager. There are dozens of stories like that. Dad didn't just build a company, he built opportunities for people. Hearing those stories has only strengthened my resolve to defend his legacy. He wasn't building this business for greed. He wanted to create something lasting, something that supported entire families. I can't let my mother and sister's selfishness put that at risk, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't conflicted. A part of me wonders if I'm being too rigid. Should I try to compromise just to keep the peace? I don't want to go against Dad's final wishes, but the idea of a drawn-out legal battle makes me sick. It would drain money, energy, and cause even more family drama. Right now, I'm focusing on supporting Susan and keeping the company steady. Losing Dad was already devastating, and on top of that, fighting off my mum and sister's greed is exhausting. I barely sleep, constantly replaying that confrontation in my head. Part of me feels guilty for creating a scene so soon after his death, but another part of me is furious they would stoop so low. I worry most about Susan. Since the will was read, she's been almost silent, crushed by the stress. She adored my father, and watching his memory drag through mud is breaking her. The company has also been shaken. Dad was its heart and soul, and stepping into his shoes feels overwhelming. The last thing I need is a lawsuit distracting me from keeping everything afloat. I've even considered offering Mum and Emmy more money than what Dad left them, just to make them go away. But I know the risk that giving in might only encourage them to demand more. And most importantly, it would betray Dad's wishes. Last night, I found an old family photo album in Dad's office. One picture stopped me cold, the day of the first store's opening. Dad stood there cutting the ribbon, Mum smiling beside him, and Emmy and I clapping as little kids. We looked so happy, so proud. And I wondered, how did we end up here? How did that family turn into this? So here's my dilemma. Am I wrong for confronting my mum and sister so harshly, for standing my ground on honoring Dad's will? Should I fight this battle to the end, or try to compromise for the sake of family peace? I honestly don't know. If Mum and Emmy truly had zero chance of winning in court, part of me thought about just offering them a little more money to make them go away. Not a stake in the company, never. But if Dad left them each $10,000, maybe I'd offer 20-30K just to avoid endless headaches and move on with my life. Because in the end, nerves cost more than money. But if there was any chance they could actually succeed, maybe it would take a bigger offer to settle. Still, I understood what many people, and honestly what I myself wanted deep down, felt, that Mum and Emmy deserved nothing. If the case went to trial and they lost, they'd not only walk away empty-handed, but also have to cover court costs. That would have been its own kind of justice karma, really. Still, my own instincts told me to at least consider offering something small just to avoid a dragged-out war. Update 1: it's been about a month since my last post. Unfortunately, I don't have good news. Things with Mum and Emmy spiraled way beyond anything I could have imagined. At this point, it feels like I'm living inside some ridiculous soap opera. Except it's my actual life, and there's no dramatic background music to warn me before everything collapses. First, I want to thank everyone who commented on my first post. Your advice and support were a lifeline. To those who told me to stand firm, thank you. Your words helped me stay grounded. And to those who suggested compromise, I truly appreciate that perspective too. I even tried, but more on that later. So, where do I start? I guess with the lawsuit. Yep, Mum and Emmy officially hired an attorney to contest Dad's will. About a week after the reading, I was served court papers. Their lawyer has a reputation for being ruthless in inheritance battles. The lawsuit claims that Dad was not of sound mind when he wrote his will, and that Mum supposedly contributed significantly to building the business during the marriage, so much so that she's entitled to most of it. They're demanding 80% of the estate. Exactly what I overheard them plotting at the funeral. It's absurd. But absurd or not, it's already causing real damage. Legal fees are piling up fast. I had to hire my own lawyer. Thankfully, Tom, Dad's longtime friend and legal advisor, agreed to represent us. He knows the history of both our family and the company, which is a huge help. Even with his discounted rates though, this isn't cheap. Tom is confident the will is airtight, and that Mum and Emmy don't have a case. But he also warned me these disputes can drag on for months, sometimes years, and the lawsuit isn't even the worst part. Mum and Emmy launched a smear campaign against me and Susan. They're spreading disgusting rumors telling people Susan manipulated Dad into rewriting the will, that I've been embezzling money from the company for years, and that we plan to sell the business and fire everyone. Total lies. But rumors travel fast. I've spent countless hours on the phone reassuring employees that their jobs are safe. Even some of our long-time customers started asking if they should take their business elsewhere. Last week, I overheard 2 new hires whispering in the break room, wondering if they should start job hunting in case mass layoffs happen. I had to call an emergency staff meeting to squash the gossip. It kills me that it's come to this, that I have to defend both myself and my father's memory to people who worked beside him for decades. The accusation of theft especially infuriates me. Dad was meticulous about the company's finances, and he drilled that same discipline into me. The thought that I would steal from the very business he poured his life into makes my blood boil. I spent the past week going through financial records with our accountant, preparing evidence in case the claim makes it into court. Susan is struggling more than anyone. She isn't used to this level of scheming and backstabbing. At one point, she even said maybe we should give Mum and Emmy what they want just to make it stop. I had to remind her again and again that giving in is exactly what they want. The other night, I found her crying in Dad's office, clutching one of his old sweaters, the one he always wore when he worked late. Through her tears, she looked at me and asked, would he really want all this fighting? My heart broke. I tried reaching out directly to Mum and Emmy, phone calls, texts hoping to reason with them. They ignored everything. Now all communication goes through their lawyer. It feels like they've forgotten we're even family. I did run into Emmy at the store last week. I thought maybe without Mum around I could get through to her. But the second she saw me, her face went cold. She accused me of turning the family against her and stealing Dad's money. I tried to remind her how they treated him after the divorce, but she just smirked and said, "You were always Dad's golden boy." Then she walked away. It was like talking to a stranger, not the sister I grew up with. Meanwhile, the rest of the family is splitting apart. Some of my aunts and uncles are furious at Mum and Emmy and fully on my side. Others think I'm being too harsh and should just give them more money for the sake of peace. My cousin Jack even yelled at me during a family dinner, saying my stubbornness is what's tearing us apart. I left early just to avoid making a scene. That dinner was supposed to be a chance for us all to come together, remember Dad, and support each other. Instead, it turned into a battlefield. My Aunt Sarah, Mum's sister, even threw little digs about how some people forget where they come from once they get a little money. This is my life now. A nightmare I can't wake up from. Update. Hashtag 2 That dinner with the family ended in total chaos. My uncle Pietar, Dad's brother, fired back at my cousin Jack, saying some people never learn to value hard work. Jack started shouting, and from there everything just unraveled. Meanwhile, I've been throwing myself into the business, trying to keep it afloat no matter what. Dad built this company from the ground up, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart on my watch. Thankfully, most of the employees have been amazing. Many of them have known me since I was a kid, and they keep sharing stories about Dad that helped me push through. One moment that hit me especially hard, Jim the guy dad once gave a second chance to I mentioned him before came into my office the other day carrying a stack of old photographs. They were from years of company events, picnics, Christmas parties, store openings, and in every single picture there was Dad, sleeves rolled up, working right alongside everyone else. Jim looked at me and said, "This is who your father was. This is what you're fighting for." I can't even put into words how much that meant, but the toll is real. I barely sleep. I've lost weight. Friends keep telling me I look awful. My schedule is nothing but lawyers, paperwork, and damage. Control. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the mirror and hardly recognize the exhausted, hollow-eyed man staring back. For a split second, I wonder if it's worth it. The worst part is the doubt. I keep asking myself, am I making the right choice? Would it be easier to just pay them off so this nightmare ends? But then I remember the look on Dad's face when he told me he was leaving the business to me. I can't betray that trust. I won't. Tom, our lawyer, reminds me constantly, this is a marathon, not a sprint. He says lawsuits like this can drag on for years. So I've started documenting everything, every nasty rumor, every ignored call, every attempt I've made to reach out. We're also gathering testimony from longtime employees about Dad's work ethic and how the business grew after the divorce. To counter Mum's ridiculous claims that she helped build it. At the same time, I've realized I need to fight not just in court, but also in the court of public opinion. I'm planning a company-wide meeting to directly address the rumors and reassure everyone that their jobs are safe. I also intend to personally call some of our biggest clients to maintain their trust. Susan and I are even working on starting a scholarship fund in Dad's name for local kids who want to study business or electronics. We figured it's not only a way to honor his memory, but also to show the community that, like him, we believe in giving back. The response so far has been incredible. Even my old high school principal suggested we award the first scholarship at this year's graduation ceremony. It's a small light in a very dark time. As for Mum and Emmy, I've stopped trying to reason with them. If they want to communicate, it'll be through lawyers. It hurts to imagine what Dad would think, seeing his family torn apart like this. I wish I could tell you they came to their senses, that we patched things up and became one big happy family again. But that's not reality. The truth is messy, painful, and full of disappointment for those who told me in my first post to seek compromise. I want you to know I really did try. I offered them a trust fund larger than the $10,000 Dad had originally left, but nowhere near the insane 80% they demanded. They flat out rejected it. Their counteroffer, if you can even call it, that was that they dropped the lawsuit. If I gave them 70% of the inheritance and walked away from the company entirely. When Tom told me that, I almost laughed. It's so detached from reality, it made me wonder if we even live in the same world anymore. So here I am, preparing for a long, ugly legal war with my own mother and sister. Definitely not what I expected when we buried Dad just months ago. But this is the path, and I'm walking it. What weighs on me the most is knowing that no matter how this ends, our family will never be the same. Even if by some miracle Mum and Emmy dropped everything tomorrow, too much has been said. Too many lines have been crossed. Trust is gone. Love. I don't even know if it was ever there from their side, but I'm not fighting alone. Susan has been my rock through all of this. She misses Dad, she hates the rumors, she feels the weight of the lawsuit, but she's still here, reminding me what we're fighting for whenever I start to doubt. And beyond her, I've got Dad's old friends, employees who feel more like family than blood ever did, and loyal clients reaching out to show support. Maybe that's what Dad was trying to teach me all along, that family isn't just blood. Family is the people who stand beside you, share your values, and help you be the best version of yourself. I'll write another update when I have news. In the meantime, if anyone has advice on surviving baseless lawsuits or pushing back against smear campaigns, I'm all ears. And thank you again truly for all the support. It means more than you know. Hopefully, the next update will bring better news. Final update, what a year it's been. I kept putting off writing this last update partly because life stayed hectic, but mostly because I wanted to be absolutely sure everything was over before sharing it with you. Now it is, and I promised to keep you in the loop. So here we go. Let's start with the lawsuit. After months of legal battles and mountains of paperwork, we finally had our day in court. It was exhausting beyond words. Mum and Emmy's lawyer pulled out every trick he had, painting Mum as the long-suffering wife who sacrificed everything for Dad's business only to be cruelly cast aside. He even brought in so-called experts to testify about the emotional labor of a spouse being the foundation of a company's success. Theatrics were off the charts. He had Mum take the stand, telling stories about lonely nights while Dad was at the office conveniently leaving out her affair with his best friend. But Tom, our lawyer, was ready. He presented proof of Dad's endless hours of work, employee testimonies about how the company really grew after the divorce, and financial records showing Mum had already received a fair settlement back then. He also didn't let her gloss over the affair. One of the most powerful moments came from Jim, the same employee Dad gave a second chance to. He told the court how Dad believed in him when no one else would, and how he watched firsthand as Dad's determination built the business. By the time he finished, there wasn't a dry eye in the room except for Mum and Emmy, who sat stone-faced, like they'd swallowed something bitter, but the knockout blow came from something completely unexpected. Remember how Emmy had snooped around Dad's office after the funeral? Turns out she did find something Dad's old journal from the divorce years. They thought it would strengthen their case, maybe show Dad's state of mind. Instead, it destroyed them. When Tom got it during discovery, it told a very different story. Pages about sleepless nights, juggling payroll, taking out a second mortgage on the house to keep the company alive. Notes about Mum's indifference to the business, her reckless spending, and yes, her affair. I'll never forget one entry Tom read aloud. Dad wrote about a night when everything was on the brink of collapse. He came home desperate to talk money, only to find Mum out partying, having spent hundreds on a new outfit. He described how alone he felt, how close he was to giving up. But then he wrote about quietly checking on me while I slept, and that moment gave him the strength to keep going. For my son, he wrote, I will build a legacy he can be proud of. Hearing those words in court nearly broke me, but they also reminded me why I was fighting. After that, things moved quickly. The judge ruled in our favor, threw out their case, and ordered Mum and Emmy to cover our legal fees. On paper, it was a total victory, but it didn't feel like joy, just relief, and a heavy sadness that it ever came to this, and that wasn't the end. Remember the smear campaign they'd been running? It backfired. Some of the nastier rumors, like embezzlement and claims that we planned to sell the company, were legally deemed defamatory. We didn't sue, but the threat alone forced them to issue a public retraction. Watching them admit they'd spread lies was surreal. They looked small, defeated, nothing like the bold, angry women who started all of this. Part of me pitted them, but mostly I was angry for everything they'd put us through. The fallout was massive. Relatives who once doubted me or even sided with them turned away once the truth came out. The business, though shaken at first by the negativity, ultimately grew stronger. Employees and clients saw our transparency, our willingness to stand and fight, and it built trust instead of eroding it. We held a company-wide meeting afterward, where I laid everything out honestly and shared our plans moving forward. I was nervous people had lost faith, but when I looked around, all I saw were supportive faces, and the scholarship fund we set up in Dad's name, it's already changed lives. We've helped a dozen local kids chase their college dreams. At the first ceremony, handing out those scholarships and telling Dad's story about his belief in hard work and giving back felt like the perfect way to honor him. On a personal level, this whole ordeal has changed me. I've learned how quickly people can turn against you, but I've also learned who truly stands by your side. I found family in Susan, in our loyal employees, in the friends who never wavered even in all of you, who listened, advised, and sent words of encouragement when I needed them most. As for Mum and Emmy, I haven't spoken to them since the verdict. Maybe I never will. That's a wound time alone won't fix. So here it is, the final chapter. Thank you for following me through this storm. Your support meant more than I can ever say. It's time to close this book and focus on building the future Dad dreamed about. This will be my last update. My wife and her best friend accused me of cheating and lost their minds when they found out I wasn't. I'm 31. My wife is 29. Last year, we had a baby. The birth was traumatic, and my wife developed postpartum depression. Originally, she planned to return to work after giving birth, but the challenges were so intense that we decided to wait until our daughter turned 1 and then reassess the situation. She attends weekly appointments with a psychiatrist. Since my wife stayed home full-time, I had to work more. We discussed this in advance before making the decision. A few weeks ago, my boss offered me a project that required a lot of overtime. It was a fantastic opportunity to earn extra money and advance my career. I talked it over with my wife, and she agreed that I should take it for 4 weeks while I worked on the project. My mother-in-law and my wife's best friend, Jessie, helped with some of the responsibilities I usually handled. Jessie is a stay-at-home mum with a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. She started coming over during the day to watch the kids alongside my wife. 3 weeks into the project, it became clear we'd need a few more weeks to finish. That evening, I came home and spoke to my wife about it. She said it was fine. Over the next few days, however, she became very cold. I didn't think much of it, as her mood swings over the past few months weren't unusual, and I tried not to take it personally. During the last week of the project, I came home one evening and saw Jessie still at our house. I greeted her and my wife then went to check on our daughter. Before I reached her room, I overheard Jessie say something like, "He doesn't even stop to say hi to you, that's definitely a sign." I turned around and asked what she meant. My wife immediately started crying while Jessie accused me of cheating. Jessie said I must hate my wife because of her postpartum depression and that she wasn't attractive to me anymore since gaining weight after pregnancy. None of this was true. I've been doing my best to support my wife through her depression and take care of our family, and I think she looks beautiful as she is. She simply wasn't in the mood for intimacy, and I didn't pressure her. Then Jessie demanded to see my phone. I said no. She claimed that was proof I was guilty. I told my wife she could check my phone if she wanted. She nodded. Something inside me broke. It hurt that she believed I was having an affair and that she didn't trust me after everything we'd been through. She looked through my phone. There was nothing incriminating. Jessie then accused me of deleting evidence and started shouting, waking our daughter. I told her to leave the house. Eventually, she left, and I went to calm our daughter while my wife sat on the couch crying. Once our daughter was asleep again, I sat next to my wife and tried talking to her. She admitted she'd been worried ever since I started working overtime. I reminded her we had discussed the project beforehand, and she had agreed I should take it. She said it was suspicious that the project timeline had been extended. I explained that sometimes these things happen and showed her messages, emails, and payroll records proving the overtime. She apologized for doubting me and said she trusted me again. It was just that Jessie kept telling her these things were signs. I asked my wife why she trusted Jessie more than me and why she didn't come to me first with her concerns. She had no answer. A couple of weeks later, the project ended. I've reduced my workload a bit to spend more time with my wife and daughter, but I feel completely drained trying to accommodate her and anxious, because deep down I know she doesn't fully trust me. I wonder what will happen next time I take on a project or have a work assignment, or if I go on a business trip. Will this cycle of accusations happen again? I've tried bringing it up a few times, but my wife says it's not the right time. She's tired and sad. I try to respect her feelings, but I can't help wondering if there's room for my feelings in our family anymore. I don't know what to do in this situation. Does anyone have advice on how to move forward? Update: 4 days later that evening, I approached my wife and told her I wanted to find a therapist. I didn't connect it to her accusations or anything specific, I just said I was struggling. She shrugged. She said, "Do whatever you want." The next day, I returned from work to find our bedroom and my home office completely ransacked. Papers and personal items were scattered everywhere. My wife was nowhere to be found, and our daughter was crying in her room. She had left her alone and turned off her phone. I immediately tried calling her parents and a few friends, but no one had seen her. Growing more anxious, I called my mum to see if she could watch our daughter while I searched. Before my mum could arrive, my wife came back, driving the car. Jessie, her friend, stayed in the car and hadn't entered the house since I had kicked her out because she was insulted by my behavior. My wife walked in, visibly upset and in tears. I asked what had happened, initially fearing that someone had broken in. Instead, she started yelling at me, accusing me of cheating and claiming that my visits to a psychiatrist were a cover to see a mistress. I tried to calm her and insisted that none of it was true, but she attacked me and broke my nose. After realizing what she had done, she slumped onto the couch in a dazed state, staring blankly at the wall. I quickly went to my daughter's room and locked the door. I called my mum, who was already on her way, to explain the situation, and also reached out to my mother-in-law to ask her to come and look after my wife. I packed a bag for our daughter, and my mum and I left with her. My wife didn't even look up. We dropped our daughter off at my father's house and then went to the emergency room to treat my nose. In the process, I stained my mum's new Subaru with blood. For now, my daughter and I are staying with my parents, while my wife is with her parents. I am considering filing for a restraining order against Jessie. My wife and I are separating. I still love her, but I cannot live with someone who causes me harm and could potentially endanger our child. I am holding off on divorce, hoping she will receive the necessary treatment so we might repair our relationship. My in-laws mentioned that they are considering inpatient care at a local facility. I have also documented the entire chaotic incident in case it becomes relevant for custody proceedings. My heart aches because I know this isn't really my wife, it's her mental illness, but I have to protect myself, our daughter, and give my wife space to recover. I hope this is the right decision. Ultimately, I concluded that to safeguard my daughter, I must file a police report. I was heading to the station when, 3 days later, my wife died early Monday morning. She had become convinced by her friend Jessie that I was having an affair, which was entirely false. She lost her sanity. She was with her parents, who had planned to admit her to a hospital for treatment. On Sunday evening, she had come to my parents' house, demanding to take our daughter. She had left her alone for a few hours previously and had attacked me. I refused. I offered her supervised time with the child in the presence of both sets of parents, but she refused, upset, and eventually left. A few hours later, she crashed her parents' car into a tree and died. Jessie visited yesterday, crying to see me and our daughter. She claimed she planned to speak at my wife's funeral and that she had arranged it with my in-laws, but informed me out of courtesy. I told her she would not be allowed to speak. We argued and she left, saying that I wasn't the only person who loved my wife. I spoke with my in-laws, who insist that Jessie should be allowed to speak because she had known my wife since childhood, and they are close to her. I fear that giving in to their pressure could damage my relationship with them. At the same time, the thought of Jessie standing at my wife's funeral makes me physically sick. I don't think I could bear hearing her, knowing she had taken pleasure in my wife's mental decline and had left our daughter alone, yet I don't trust my own judgment right now. My mind is clouded, my parents are divided over what to do, and I don't have the energy to reach out to friends. So once again, I am asking, what should I do? My mother-in-law accused me of cheating because she thinks my newborn is ugly. I'm 28, married to my husband Mike, who's 30. We've been together for 3 years and just recently welcomed our first child, a baby boy we named James. What should have been the happiest moment of our lives turned into a nightmare, all thanks to my mother-in-law, Linda, who's 55. Linda never liked me. From the very first time Mike introduced me to his parents, she made it clear I wasn't good enough for her son. I come from a working class family, while Mike's family is wealthy. She would constantly make nasty remarks about my career as a nurse, saying Mike deserved someone better than a woman who cleans up after sick people, but Mike and I loved each other, and we married anyway. Mike and I met at a charity event. He had gone there with friends, and I was volunteering as part of my nursing program. We clicked immediately. We both loved helping people, and unlike other men I had dated, Mike was kind and didn't care that I wasn't from a rich background. He admired that I worked hard to become a nurse. Within a year, we were already talking about marriage. That's when I met Linda. Mike had warned me she could be difficult, but I wasn't prepared for just how cruel she really was. At our first dinner together, she looked at me like I was dirt under her shoe. She asked invasive questions about my family, my career, my future, and the more I answered, the more sour her face grew. Afterward, I overheard her telling Mike he could do better and even suggesting a family friend's daughter, who was studying law. Despite her disapproval, Mike proposed and I said yes. Linda was horrified. She tried to convince Mike to postpone the wedding, saying we were too young. When that failed, she attempted to push a massive, expensive wedding we couldn't afford. Mike refused, and we had the small, intimate wedding we wanted. Linda sulked the entire time. Her wedding speech was a backhanded insult, saying she hoped I could raise myself to their level now that I was part of the family. It was humiliating, but Mike and I refused to let her ruin our day. Married life was good, except for Linda's constant interference. She would show up at our home unannounced, criticize everything, and even tried to set Mike up with other women after we were already married. She'd sneer that our children would be ordinary because of my background. Mike always defended me, which only fueled her hatred. Years later, when we announced I was pregnant, Linda wasn't happy. The only thing she said was that she hoped the baby looked like their side of the family. She insisted on attending my doctor's appointments, criticized every decision, and even demanded I move into her house for the last month of pregnancy because she didn't trust Mike to care for me. I refused, and we had a huge argument. The labor was long and grueling, 36 hours, but when James was born, Mike and I were overjoyed. He had a full head of dark hair like his dad. We stayed in the hospital for 2 days, exhausted but happy. Mike called our families to share the news. Linda announced she was coming to help, even though we had asked for time alone, but when we got home, we were stunned. All my belongings, clothes, books, even my nursing uniforms had been thrown onto the lawn for the neighbors to see. Linda stood in the doorway with a smug grin. Mike told me to stay in the car with James while he confronted her. That's when she screamed, "How dare you bring that woman back here? She's a cheater." Mike demanded to know what she was talking about, and she pointed at our newborn. "That's not your child. No one in our family has ever had such an ugly baby. She cheated on you and is trying to trap you with another man's kid." I was horrified. Mike was furious, trying to reason with her, but she wouldn't stop. She kept calling me worthless and saying she was protecting her son from a liar. I got out of the car with James in my arms, sobbing, begging her to stop, but she only shouted louder. Finally, Mike snapped. He told Linda to get out of our house. She refused, claiming she was there to help her son and grandson even though moments earlier she had denied James was Mike's child. Mike walked inside, grabbed her suitcase, and carried it out. "You need to leave," he told her firmly. "You are no longer welcome here." Linda was stunned. She had expected him to side with her. Instead, he stood by me. She grabbed her things and stormed off, shouting that she would save Mike and James from me. After she left, Mike and I brought James inside and laid him gently in his crib. Then we sat down, exhausted, and talked. Mike was livid. He couldn't believe his own mother had accused me of cheating and tried to throw me out of my own home. We spent hours dragging my things back inside. Meanwhile, Linda had already spread lies to other family members, and Mike's phone was blowing up with calls and texts. That night, once James was asleep, we decided Linda would no longer be allowed near us or our son until she sincerely apologized and proved she could behave. Mike even said he wouldn't be speaking to her for a long time. The next day, I told my parents what happened, and they were outraged. They offered to come stay with us to help, and we agreed. It's been a week since then. Linda hasn't stopped calling and texting. One minute she apologizes, the next she accuses me all over again. The stress is unbearable, but Mike and I are determined to protect our little family no matter what Linda does. Update, my Mill's behavior got even worse. Mike's father has been trying to mediate, but most of Mike's extended relatives think we're being too harsh with Linda. They say she was only trying to protect her son and urge us to forgive her for the sake of the family. Others, however, understand why we're angry and support our decision to keep her at a distance until she learns to behave. I feel awful for Mike. This should have been the happiest time of his life enjoying our newborn son, but instead, he's stuck dealing with his toxic mother's drama. I try to support him while also caring for James, but I see how much it weighs on him. I'm furious too. I've done everything I can to be a good wife and now a good mother, but Linda's attacks and attempts to destroy our family are beyond comprehension. Mike has even considered taking legal action to get a restraining order, but he worries how the rest of his family might react. We've even talked about moving to another city to escape her, but we love our home and careers. It feels unfair to rebuild our entire lives because of her behavior. Mike tried speaking with his father, hoping he'd finally step in, but his dad avoided conflict, saying he didn't want to upset Linda. It seems like he spent his whole marriage letting her have her way. Things escalated further. A week ago, Linda showed up at Mike's workplace crying and shouting that he was stealing her grandson. His co-workers were stunned and his boss was furious about the scene. Mike had to explain the whole situation. It was humiliating and exhausting. Soon after, Linda started calling my job, spreading lies that I was a bad mother and that James wasn't Mike's child. Thankfully, my manager believed me, but it was humiliating and I feared it could affect my career. Then Mike's sister Emma, who is 27, initially sided with Linda. She believed the cheating lie and called Mike to berate him for choosing me over his real family. Mike was devastated because he and Emma were always close. But then something unexpected happened. Emma came to our house when Mike wasn't home, saying she wanted to see James for herself. Nervous but hopeful, I let her in. The second she saw James, her entire demeanor changed. She realized how much he resembled Mike and knew instantly that Linda had been lying. Emma broke down, apologized, and promised to talk to the rest of the family. Since then, she's been our strongest ally, openly defending us and calling out Linda's toxic behavior. Naturally, Linda hated this and began spreading rumors that Emma was jealous of me because she's unmarried and childless. It was cruel, and it hurt Emma deeply, but Linda wasn't done. She actually hired a private investigator to follow me, convinced I was still cheating. The PI stalked me to work, to the grocery store, even to my doctor's appointments. It made me feel terrified and degraded. When Mike found out, he was livid. He confronted Linda and warned that if she didn't stop, he'd file for a restraining order. Linda cried, insisting she was just trying to protect him, but Mike no longer believed her. The final straw came when Linda tried to take legal action. She went to a lawyer, attempting to get court-ordered visitation rights with James. Thankfully, the lawyer told her she had no case, especially since James is still an infant and she hasn't even formed a relationship with him. All of this stress has taken a toll on me physically. My milk supply dropped, I was losing weight rapidly, and my doctor worried I was developing postpartum depression. Mike insisted I take leave from work to recover. That was when his father finally realized how serious things had become. He came to our home, apologized for not stepping in earlier, and promised to support us in keeping Linda away. Now, 3 months after James's birth, things are finally starting to calm down. Linda calls and texts far less than before. Most of Mike's family has come around to our side. Emma visits regularly and has become an amazing aunt to James. Still, I can't shake the thought, was I wrong to stand my ground and keep Linda away from us? Some relatives still think I went too far by cutting her off, but after everything she's done, lies, harassment, humiliation, I don't see any other option. First update 6 months later. I want to thank everyone for the advice and support. It's been a roller coaster, and I don't know how I would have coped without this community. Unfortunately, Linda's behavior got worse. She started spreading lies to our neighbors, claiming we were unfit parents and encouraging them to call Child Protective Services. Some believed her and began giving us dirty looks, while others came to warn us about what she was saying. It was humiliating, having our personal lives become neighborhood gossip. One day, Linda came to our house while Mike was at work. She pounded on the door for hours, screaming accusations while I held James inside, terrified and trying to soothe him. I called the police, but she left before they arrived. They filed a report, but said there wasn't much they could do since she was gone. After that, we installed security cameras around the house. The stress began affecting Mike's job performance. His boss pulled him aside, saying he seemed distracted and needed to refocus. Mike explained what was happening, and while his boss was sympathetic, he warned that Mike's career could be at risk if things didn't improve. This added even more financial strain to an already tense situation. My parents came to stay with us to help. They were wonderful with James, giving Mike and me the chance to rest and spend some time together. But Linda hated it. She began spreading rumors that my parents were trying to turn Mike against his real family. She even went so far as to call my dad's workplace, telling them he was an alcoholic and shouldn't be around children. Of course, it was a complete lie, but my father had to face humiliating questions from his boss. Things only got worse when Mike's cousin Amy got married. We weren't invited to the wedding because Linda told the whole family that we didn't want to participate in family events. She claimed, "We thought we were better than everyone else just because we had a baby." Mike was heartbroken. He and Amy had been close as kids, and he was really looking forward to her big day the wedding. Mike's sister Emma tried to defend us. She told everyone the truth about Linda, how she accused me of cheating and even tried to throw me out of my own home. This caused a massive scene at the reception. Some relatives supported us, saying Linda had gone way too far, but others still believed her lies and accused Emma of betraying the family. The argument got so heated that the bride, Amy, ended up in tears. Her new husband was furious and kicked everyone out of the reception early. Later, Amy called Mike in tears, saying her wedding had been ruined by all the family drama. Mike felt awful, even though none of it was his fault. After that disaster, the family split in two. Some cut us off completely, blocked us on social media, and stopped answering our calls. Others reached out, apologized, and said they believed us. One of our strongest supporters was Uncle Joe, Linda's brother. He admitted he always knew Linda was difficult, but he never imagined she'd go this far. That's when Linda switched tactics. Suddenly, she was all sweetness, sending gifts for James, cards with apologies, even restaurant vouchers for Mike and me so we could have a date night. At first, we were cautious, but deep down we hoped maybe she had finally realized she was wrong. Especially Mike, he desperately wanted to believe his mum had changed. He missed having a normal relationship with her. Against our better judgment, we let Linda back into our lives under strict rules. She could only visit when both of us were home, and she could never be alone with James. At first, things seemed fine. Linda was polite to me and doted on James. She even brought homemade food because she knew Mike loved her cooking. But it was all an act. On her third visit, while Mike stepped into the bathroom, Linda tried to run off with James. Her car was already running in the driveway, and she had packed a bag with his clothes. If my mum hadn't been there to stop her, Linda would have kidnapped our son. We immediately called the police, and this time, Linda was arrested for attempted abduction. Mike was in shock, watching his own mother being taken away in handcuffs. He broke down, feeling like he had failed both his mother and his son. Linda spent a night in jail. After that, it seemed like Mike's father finally saw the truth. The next day, he came to our house looking exhausted and broken. He said he was filing for divorce from Linda and apologized for not believing us sooner. He asked if he could still be part of James's life, promising to respect our boundaries. After a long talk, we agreed but made it clear he could never share information with Linda. Mike felt a huge sense of relief. His father had finally opened his eyes, but he was also devastated his family was falling apart before his eyes. He started seeing a therapist to cope with the guilt and stress, which has been helping a lot. As for me, I went back to work part-time. At first, it was hard, leaving James, but it actually helped to focus on something else. My co-workers were incredibly supportive, especially once they learned about all the drama with Linda. My boss even adjusted my schedule so I could be home when Mike's dad came to spend time with James. That made things so much easier. Despite all the chaos, James is thriving. He's growing fast and looking more and more like Mike. Sometimes it's painful to realize he won't have a relationship with his grandmother, but we know it's for the best. We're doing everything we can to surround him with love and positivity. Over this time, we've grown much closer to Emma. She visits often and has become wonderful with James. For Mike, she's been a real source of strength, reminding him of good memories with their mum, but also supporting his decision to keep distance from her. Emma even stood up to Linda directly, telling her she needed professional help and refusing to talk to her until she got it. Linda didn't take that well. Losing control over Emma drove her crazy. She started spreading lies that Emma was using drugs, claiming that was the real reason she supported us. Then she went so far as to plant drugs in Emma's car and called the police. Thankfully, the officers were skeptical of the anonymous tip and didn't press charges. But the experience was terrifying and humiliating for Emma. The rumors still damaged her career. Her boss heard the gossip and, despite no evidence, decided to fire her to avoid potential issues. Emma was crushed. She had worked so hard to earn her position, and now she was unemployed because of her own mother's lies. We offered her a place to stay while she looked for another job, and she accepted. It's a little crowded at home, but we're glad she's here. Mike's father is also trying to make things right. He even offered to pay for family therapy for all of us, including Linda, if she agreed. After a lot of thought, we decided to try, but only if Linda first committed to getting real help for her behavior. Last week, we had our first session. It was incredibly hard. Linda cried a lot, saying she just wanted her family back. She complained about how lonely she felt after her husband left her. But the therapist was firm, telling her she had to take responsibility for her actions and understand the damage she caused. Linda didn't like hearing that one bit. She ended up yelling at the therapist, accusing him of being biased, and stormed out of the session. Mike was devastated. It felt like we had taken a huge step backward. After that failed attempt at therapy, some of Mike's aunts and uncles reached out. They said they'd finally learned the truth about what had happened and regretted believing Linda's lies. They asked if they could come meet James. We're still thinking about it. We've been betrayed too many times to let our guard down so easily. We've also started discussing changes to our will. We want to make absolutely sure that if something ever happens to us, Linda could never fight for custody of James. We're considering naming my parents and Emma as guardians. So that's where things stood then. In some ways, things were improving, but the situation was still complicated. Linda kept causing problems, but we'd grown stronger as a couple and as a family. We're moving forward step by step, though at times it still feels like we're stumbling in the dark. Thank you to everyone who listened and supported us. Second, update, 6 months after the last post and a year since my first one. Honestly, not much has changed, but I still want to thank everyone for the advice and encouragement. Here's where we're at now. Mike is having trouble at work. His company is restructuring and layoffs are coming. There's a real chance Mike could lose his job, and we're both very anxious about it. We're trying to save as much as we can in case the worst happens, but that's difficult after spending so much on lawyers because of Linda. Somehow, Linda found out about the situation. We suspect one of Mike's co-workers tipped her off. As soon as she heard, she started bombarding us with calls and messages, insisting she wanted to help financially if Mike lost his job. We know it's just her way of trying to wedge herself back into our lives, so we ignored her. Then she started showing up at Mike's workplace, demanding to talk about family matters. She came so often that Mike's boss finally told her to stop coming by, but it left a bad impression, and now Mike is worried it might affect his chances of keeping his job. All this stress is affecting James too. He's been having nightmares and doesn't sleep well. He gets very upset when we leave him with the babysitter, crying and clinging to us. On top of that, there are new legal issues. Linda somehow found out that we're planning to update our will to make sure she could never get custody of James. She went ballistic, threatening to sue us if we made the changes. She's been telling people that we've lost our minds from stress and can't make rational decisions. Our lawyer reassured us that she doesn't have a legal leg to stand on, but we're still anxious. Mike's dad is trying to help as much as he can, but he's drowning in his own problems. The divorce with Linda is ugly. She's spreading lies about him and trying to take a huge chunk of his retirement savings. We want to support him, but our finances are stretched so thin already. That's the reality we're holding on, but things are still very hard. Edit. A lot of people have asked why we're struggling financially if I once mentioned that Mike's family was wealthy. To clarify, his parents are wealthy. That doesn't mean Mike has access to their money. Third update, a year after the second update and 2 years since my very first post. I finally remembered the password to this account. It's been a year since I wrote anything. So much has happened. Mike ended up losing his job. The company laid off a large group of employees, and he was one of them. It was a crushing blow. We had some savings, but after spending so much on legal fees because of Linda, it wasn't nearly enough. I started picking up extra shifts at the hospital, but even that barely kept us afloat. Linda, of course, saw this as another opening to try to force her way back into our lives. She called and messaged constantly, offering money and saying she could save us if we just let her back in. We ignored her, but she escalated. One day, she even showed up at our door with a check and tried to push her way inside. Mike slammed the door in her face. I was so proud of him for standing firm, but Linda didn't stop there. She started spreading rumors that we were unable to care for James financially. She even called Child Protective Services, claiming we couldn't afford to feed him. We had to go through an inspection. Thankfully, the caseworker quickly saw James was perfectly fine, but the experience was humiliating and terrifying. Mike's dad stepped in to help. He offered us some money, and though we hated to take it, we were desperate. It wasn't easy. Knowing he was also struggling through his messy divorce, with Linda demanding half of everything including his retirement. She deliberately dragged out the court process to make it as expensive and miserable as possible. Then things got even worse. Somehow Linda got hold of Mike's sum and started sending it out to companies, pretending to be him. She even created fake email accounts in his name. Employers started calling Mike about interviews he knew nothing about. It was a nightmare. We had to spend hours explaining to HR departments that it wasn't him. Some companies assumed he was unreliable and blacklisted him. His job search became 10 times harder. Through all of this, Emma has been our rock. She's helped with James, supported Mike in his job hunt, and stood up for us against the rest of the family. But it's taken a toll on her too. She was exhausted, anxious, and eventually started taking medication for anxiety just to cope. We hated seeing her carry so much of our burden. Just when we thought things couldn't get worse, Linda launched a smear campaign on social media. She created a Facebook page called Justice for Grandma. Thankfully, it's been taken down now. She posted non-stop lies about us. She claimed we were abusive parents, that we were alienating James from her, that Mike was an alcoholic, he doesn't drink at all, and that I was cheating on him with his boss, though Mike doesn't even have a boss right now. Some of Mike's relatives actually believed her. One of his aunts started leaving nasty comments on my posts. His cousin even confronted Mike in the middle of a grocery store, screaming that he'd betrayed the family. We've had to block dozens of relatives. It feels like we're losing everyone who used to support us, but the worst was still to come. One day, we got a call from James's daycare. They told us that Linda had shown up there, claiming she had the right to take James with her. Thankfully, the staff were aware of the situation and refused to hand him over, but the whole thing terrified us. We rushed to pull James out of that daycare and had to start searching for a new one. That turned into a nightmare, especially given our financial situation. After that incident, we realized we had no choice but to take legal action. We filed for a restraining order against Linda. The court hearing was awful. Linda put on the performance of her life, acting like a heartbroken, pitiful grandmother. She cried, saying she only wanted to see her grandson. But our lawyer presented all, the evidence of her stalking and the attempted abduction. The judge granted the order. We thought maybe it would end there, but Linda just became more cunning. She began pulling in her enablers again, like she always did. Meanwhile, Mike was still unable to land a proper job. His reputation had been damaged badly because of the fake SMS Linda had sent out under his name. The best he could find was part-time work at a local hardware store. It barely covered anything. I kept picking up extra shifts at the hospital, but with legal bills piling up, we were just scraping by. Last month, James got seriously sick. He spiked a high fever and started vomiting, and we had to rush him to the ER. The whole time, I was terrified Linda would somehow find out and show up at the hospital. Luckily, that didn't happen, but the fear was real and the medical bills hit us hard, almost more than we could handle. On top of that, Mike's father's health suddenly declined. The stress from the divorce and everything involving Linda took its toll. Just last week, he had a mild heart attack. He's stable now, but it shook us deeply. Mike blames himself, though I keep telling him it's not his fault. Still, I can see how heavily it weighs on him. We're doing our best to support his dad, but it's tough when we're barely holding ourselves together. Emma has moved in, with her father to help him recover, which means she spends less time with us and James. That's made everything harder. Of course, Linda is exploiting his health issues to play the victim. She's posting on Facebook that she deserves to be let in to see her dying husband. He's not dying, but she paints us as cruel for keeping her away. Some people believe her, and we keep getting nasty messages. We had to change our phone numbers again. No matter how many times we block her, she always finds some way to reach us. It's exhausting, constantly updating contact info for James's daycare, our jobs, and our friends. But we do it for peace of mind. So yes, we're still fighting, still suffering, but also learning to heal. Linda hasn't stopped causing problems, but we're handling them better than before. As a couple and as a family, we've become stronger than ever. Our focus is on our little family, on healing, and on building a happy life despite everything. Update: Mike finally got a good job offer. It's not in his old field, but it's full-time with benefits, which would be a huge relief for us. He has an interview next week. We're trying not to get our hopes up too much, but it's hard not to. This job could completely change our situation. Update 4. Wow. I'm overwhelmed by the kindness and support we've received after my last post. So many of you left comments or sent private messages sharing advice, similar experiences, or just words of encouragement. It means more than I can express. I read every message, even if I couldn't reply to all. Your support has been a light in some of the darkest times. Some even offered financial help or job leads for Mike. We didn't accept any money, but your generosity touched us deeply. Now for the news, Mike got the job. It's not his old career, but it's a stable position with solid benefits. The pay is lower than what he used to make, but it's enough to keep us afloat. We're just so relieved to finally have steady income again. Mike actually enjoys the work too, which is such a blessing. Unfortunately, Linda hasn't given up. She's gotten more subtle, but her attacks continue. We found out she's been mailing anonymous letters to our neighbors, accusing us of being bad parents and saying we need to be watched. Thankfully, several neighbors told us about it, and most already know what's really going on. Still, it's awful living with that kind of shadow over us. Mike's dad is doing better health-wise, though the divorce with Linda drags on endlessly. Emma finally landed a new job and moved out, but she still visits often to help with James. We've also made a big decision. We're moving to a new city about 3 hours away. I know I once said we wouldn't do that, but we never imagined things would escalate this far. And after Mike lost his old job, the idea didn't seem so impossible. Mike can transfer, and I already found an opening at a local hospital. It's scary, but we feel like we need a fresh start far from Linda's reach. We're not telling anyone in Mike's family where we're going, except Emma and his dad. We also filed for a permanent restraining order against Linda, one that will follow us to the new address. Maybe it's not the storybook ending some people hoped for, but this is reality. Most likely, this will be my final update. To everyone who followed our story, sent positive thoughts, and offered support, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You helped us stay strong when we felt we had nothing left. Edit. Many have asked if we're still in touch with Mike's dad and Emma. Yes, absolutely. They're the only ones who know where we're moving, and we plan for them to visit once we're settled. Mike's dad is even talking about moving in with us after his divorce is finalized once he retires. Emma's planning to help with the move too. We couldn't be more grateful for their love and support. My grandma gave me a penthouse for my birthday, but my mum tried to take it away to please her new husbandi everyone. 3 days ago I turned 15, and my grandma gave me the most unbelievable gift. She signed over the deed to her penthouse apartment to me. She doesn't even live there full time. She has a house in the suburbs and only stays in the penthouse when she comes into the city. I was over the moon. It felt like, for the first time in a long while, something good was happening in my life, because honestly, this last year has been absolute hell. It started when my dad walked out. He'd always been a complete workaholic, barely around, but the divorce still blindsided me. My mum never even told me directly. One day, I just noticed he was gone. Later, I found out he had already filed for divorce almost a year before. By the time I realized what was happening, it was basically over. He didn't even say goodbye to me, just left me one last message, be good. That was it. I haven't seen him since. When the divorce finalized, Mum got the house and full custody of me and my little brother. Dad technically had visitation rights, but he never used them. He just vanished from my life. Then, about 2 months ago, Mum dropped another bomb. She'd been dating someone, let's call him Robert, for a few months, and now they were engaged. I barely had time to process that she was even seeing someone before she announced he'd be my stepdad. It felt rushed, forced, and honestly pretty desperate. How do you even know someone well enough in 5 months to marry them? When I finally met him, he seemed distant and cold with me. With my 4-year-old brother though, completely different. Playful, warm, like he was auditioning for best stepdad ever. At first, I brushed it off as him just being more comfortable with little kids. But a couple of weeks later, Mum sat me down and told me the real reason behind their whirlwind. Engagement. Robert had been offered a new job in another state. They were moving, and here's the kicker, they planned to take my little brother, but leave me behind. With my grandma, when I asked why, Mum basically admitted it was Robert's idea. He wanted my brother because he was still young enough to bond with, but me? At 15, I was too old to ever become his real daughter. Plus, apparently, I'd upset him when I said 5 months wasn't long enough to know someone before marrying them. He decided I was stuck in the past and would never accept him. And my mum agreed. She told me I'd be better off staying with grandma. That it would be easier. I can't describe the pain I felt in that moment. My dad had already abandoned me, and now my mum was essentially choosing her new husband over me. I love my grandma dearly, and moving in with her wasn't the issue. She's the kindest, most compassionate woman I know, but to hear my own mother say I wasn't wanted, that crushed me. I told her I didn't want to wait until the move. I wanted to live with grandma immediately. Within a few days, I'd packed my things and left. Those last couple of days at Mum's house were silent. I didn't speak to her, didn't hug her goodbye. Honestly, I didn't think she deserved it. The only person I said goodbye to was my little brother, because I knew I'd miss him like crazy. Now I'm at grandma's and life already feels lighter. She shows me real love, not conditional affection based on what some guy thinks. Even though the commute to school is longer, I don't care. It's worth it. Every night I call my brother to talk before bed. It hurts that I can only reach him through Mum, but I do it anyway for him. For the first time in months, I feel like I might actually be okay. I don't really talk to my mum anymore. We only speak when it's absolutely necessary. 3 days ago, I had my birthday, but honestly, it wasn't me who organized anything. My grandma secretly put everything together. She found a couple of my close school friends through my Facebook, invited them along with some relatives, and surprised me with a little party at her house. I hadn't expected anything, so it lifted my spirits a bit, especially after how down I'd been ever since Mum sent me to live with grandma. But after we cut the cake, grandma announced her gift to me and I was completely stunned. She told everyone that for now, her lawyer would act as trustee of her apartment, but the moment I turn 18, full ownership will pass to me. It was the best news I'd gotten in ages. I didn't even think of telling my mum about it. Turns out, someone else did. Yesterday I found out that one of the party guests must have told her. That evening, Mum called me, sounding way too cheerful for someone about to drop a bomb. She said she knew about grandma's gift and that after talking with Robert, her husband, they decided he wanted to adopt me. But there was a catch. I'd have to convince grandma to transfer the deed into his name first. She genuinely expected me to be happy about this, as if it meant I could finally join them. I wasn't. I told her straight up that it would never happen and that she didn't need to call me anymore. Then I hung up. A few minutes later, she tried again, and when I didn't pick up, she sent me a long message. The summary? She said she was sorry if it upset me that she lives by Robert's rules, but I needed to understand that after her divorce, he was the only one who truly supported her emotionally and financially. She claimed Dad wasn't generous, that the divorce settlement and child support were laughable, and that she was lucky he at least left her the house. She admitted Robert wasn't nice to me, but excused it by saying his past relationships failed because of kids from earlier marriages. So I should be understanding. She also said she never abandoned me because she left me with grandma, who she knew would take good care of me, and that now she'd arranged everything so I could finally come live with them. She ended the message with, "I know you're upset, but I know you love me and I love you. Just text back, I love you." At first, a small part of me felt bad reading it, but the ending made me furious. She wanted me to bend to Robert's demands just like she does. It was selfish, weak, and pathetic. Honestly, it felt like she had completely lost herself. Half an hour later, I texted back that I will never do what Robert wants, and if she wanted to leave with him, she should just leave me here with grandma like she planned in the first place. I didn't feel like I had anything else to say because her behavior had disappointed me so much. When I told grandma about it, she was firm. She would never, under any circumstances, sign the deed over to Robert. She barely knows him, doesn't trust him, and believes he'd sell the place right away, leaving me with nothing. Honestly, she's probably right, and I'm glad I stood my ground, but Mum wasn't ready to take no for an answer. This morning, while I was at school, she showed up at grandma's with my little brother. When I got home, grandma told me Mum had come to talk face to face about the offer I supposedly ignored. I made it clear I hadn't ignored anything. I had already replied and made myself very clear. This is not happening. I want her to stick to her original plan because I'm not about to convince grandma to sign over her property to Robert. We don't trust him, and I made that perfectly clear. So I honestly don't get why she keeps pretending not to understand. I was harsh and answered in a sharp tone, but can you really blame me? That's when Mum started crying, saying she just wanted to make everyone happy, but no matter what she does, it never works out. I was furious watching her sit in the living room sobbing, because in reality, I'm the one who should have been crying. I'm the one both of my parents walked away from. I told her to stop and said she had twisted everything. She wasn't trying to make everyone happy, she was just trying to make herself happy and expected everyone else to bend over backwards for that. Maybe others were willing to go along with it, but not me. I have my own life, and I wasn't going to ruin it chasing after her and making sure she's okay. That stunned her, and not long after, she left. Later, I realized she had blocked me, and now I feel guilty about what I said. So here's my question. Was I wrong for calling my Mum selfish and telling her she only cares about her own happiness? Update 1. Hi everyone. First of all, thank you to everyone who commented on my first post. Reading your replies really opened my eyes. You all pointed out things I hadn't even considered before. For example, it had never crossed my mind that my mum's relationship with Robert might have started before the divorce. Maybe she only admitted to it after the fact because it was easier that way. No one would suspect a thing once the divorce papers were signed. Honestly, I never even allowed myself to think my mum could cheat, but now, I'm not so sure. Either way, it doesn't matter anymore because she made it clear she doesn't want much to do with me. What really hurts is that I can't see or talk to my younger brother, and I miss him so much. We've always been close, and it breaks my heart that some of you might actually be right that Robert could be his real dad. I try not to think about it, but once the idea was planted, it's been hard to shake. I've talked to my grandma a lot over the past couple of days. Neither of us knows for sure, but it's definitely changed how we see Mum. I think talking to my dad might clear some things up, but I don't know if he'd even want to go there with me. It's been 4 days since Mum last came over, and we haven't spoken since. She blocked me the same day, and later Grandma told me she blocked her too. That's so ungrateful, especially considering Grandma takes care of me without asking Mum for child support. She doesn't need to, she has her own money. She's doing this out of love, giving up her retirement to raise me. Mum should be grateful, but instead, she cuts her off. I'm just filled with so much anger and so many questions I can't answer. I just hope that one day, the truth finally comes out. Update 2. Hi again. This one's going to be long because a lot happened tonight. My dad showed up. Apparently, Grandma had reached out to him, but she didn't tell me because she wasn't sure if he'd actually come and didn't want to give me false hope. As soon as he found out Mum was engaged to Robert, he decided to come. And when he arrived, he hugged me and said he was sorry. Honestly, that alone shocked me. Then he sat me and Grandma down and told us everything. He admitted that he and Mum had been falling out of love for a long time, but they stayed together for me. Neither of them wanted to break the family. Then, about 3 years ago, he started an affair with a co-worker. He said he wanted to confess, but never had the courage. Eventually, Mum found out about it about a year ago, and that's when she filed for divorce. Here's the kicker. Mum told him she'd keep it a secret as long as he stayed away from us. She gave him a whole list of conditions. He had to give her the house outright. She got full custody of me and my brother, though technically he still had visitation rights, but he could only see us if she allowed it. On top of that, she demanded huge child support payments and a large share of the marital property, and he agreed to all of it. The only thing he asked in return was that she never expose his affair to me, because he didn't want me to see him. As a chitter and hate him forever. So far, Mum had kept that secret, but the price was that I had no relationship with him. He also apologized for always being a workaholic, saying he never spent enough time with me or built a real bond, but he added that it wasn't only his fault. Mum always wanted more, and to keep up with the lifestyle she demanded, he had to work himself into the ground. He admitted that wasn't an excuse, but he wanted me to understand that the blame wasn't just on him. I guess I get that, but it's still a lot to process. Then he explained why he had broken his promise to her and showed up anyway. In the message my grandma left him, she had mentioned Robert and asked if Dad knew him. That's what made him rush over immediately. Not only did he know Robert, he knew exactly what kind of man Robert was, and he wanted to warn us. Turns out, my parents and Robert were all part of the same college group. Mum and Dad were already dating back then, but Robert had always been into her. Right before graduation, when they all went out drinking, Robert confessed his feelings. Mum rejected him since she was with Dad, but she only told Dad about it 2 weeks later, admitting she was confused about her feelings. That led to them taking a break for nearly 2 months. During that time, she even went on a couple of dates, including with Robert. It didn't last, and eventually she got back with Dad. When they reconciled, Dad asked her not to keep contact with Robert because it bothered him. At first, she agreed, but later that same year, he found out she had still been talking to him. It turned into a huge fight, almost breaking them up. Not long after, Robert actually showed up at Dad's place, and they ended up in a physical fight because Robert thought it would somehow impress Mum. Instead, it disgusted her especially, since she'd already made it clear she only wanted to be friends. After that, she cut him off completely. According to Dad, Robert was always unstable and a pretty awful person. After college, he left town, and no one heard from him for years. Dad suspects Mum and Robert reconnected a couple of years ago, since she once mentioned hearing he had moved back. He's not sure when they actually started seeing each other again, but the fact that they're engaged now basically proves she cheated too, which means all the divorce conditions she had forced on him technically lose their weight. Dad said he plans to confront her directly, but before doing so, he wanted me to meet with her myself and hear her side. He promised he'd wait and then act after I had my talk with her. Honestly, my head is spinning. I don't know who to believe. Neither of my parents has treated me well, and this whole situation is just one giant mess. Update 3, I finally talked to Mum. I didn't mention that I had already seen Dad, I just wanted to hear her version without her getting defensive. Since she had blocked me, the only option was to show up unannounced. Dad had come over 3 days ago, and yesterday I finally gathered the courage to face her. She looked shocked when she opened the door, but she did let me in. Luckily, Robert wasn't home, so we could talk privately. I started by apologizing, though honestly it was just to break the ice so she'd actually open up. I told her I was struggling to accept Robert so quickly after the divorce, and that's why I'd been acting the way I did. Then I got to the point. I said that the timing of everything felt way too convenient, like it was just too neat that she suddenly met this perfect guy right after her marriage ended. That would have been the perfect chance for her to admit she had known Robert back in college, but she didn't. She just said she was lucky to run into him again. That was it. But I already knew Dad wasn't lying about them all knowing each other in college because he has photos. The only thing I still wasn't sure about were the finer details of his version of events. The moment Mum flat out lied to my face about never knowing Robert before, I realized who I should believe. But then she made it even worse for herself. She admitted she had no intention of ever telling me the truth, and the real reason she rushed into an engagement and moving in with Robert was because she wanted to erase everything connected to my dad, to wipe him completely out of her life, and then she went further. She told me about his affair, the very secret Dad had sacrificed everything to keep from me, the one she promised never to reveal. That was the breaking point. I didn't see any reason to keep talking. I just told her we'd see each other again sometime, and I left. As soon as I walked out of the house, I called my dad and told him he could do whatever he needed to do now, because I finally knew the truth. He hadn't lied to me. Mum had. So now she'd finally face the consequences. I'm not saying my dad suddenly became a saint or that all his mistakes are forgiven, but compared to my mum, he's not nearly as awful. Update for High again. A lot has happened since my last post. First, the question that's been eating at everyone, including me, is my brother actually my dad's son? The answer is yes. After Dad confronted Mum, they did a DNA test last month. Thankfully, it confirmed that my brother is his biological child. That gave Dad the confidence to go after full custody. Since I'm 15, I can officially declare that I want to live with Dad, and that will be taken into account legally. That being said, I'm still living with my grandma for now. Even though Dad is trying hard to make things right, there's still a lot between us we need to work through. I feel safest here with Grandma, and I'm not ready to move back in with him yet. Mum, of course, was furious when she realized my visit had been all about finding out the truth about her and Robert. She unblocked me once just to curse me out, then immediately blocked me again. We haven't spoken since .as for Robert. He dumped Mum almost as fast as he got engaged to her. Turns out, the whole time he was stringing her along, he lied about having a job offer. His actual plan was to try to worm his way into his uncle's failing business and live off my mum's money. That's also why he was pushing her to convince me to sign over the apartment Grandma had gifted me. They'd been together for 2 years, and all along he was just playing her .so. Now Mum's been scammed, dumped, and humiliated. Instead of admitting her mistakes, she goes around whining to her friends about Robert, not realizing they all laugh behind her back. That's actually how Dad found out the truth. Her friends spilled it, and honestly, I'm grateful. Grateful that Mum chose to push me out of her life the moment Robert told her to. It hurt at first, but now I see it was a blessing. So here we are. Dad and I have agreed to try to rebuild our relationship. He's promised to do better and be the kind of father I needed all along. And once he gets full or at least joint custody of my brother, we'll try to piece together some version of a family again. I don't know if we'll ever be a normal family, whatever that even means anymore, but maybe we can at least be a happy one. And for now, that's enough for me. I let my sister-in-law throw her baby shower at my house, but then she tried to kick me out of my own home during the party just to impress one of her wealthy friends. I told her husband what happened, and that ended up leading to their divorce. Now she's raising the baby alone. I'm 32, married for 3 years. My husband 35 and I have been together for 5 years, but he's currently working out of town, so we're basically in a long-distance situation. He comes home every other weekend. We recently bought a beautiful new house right next to my parents' place, so it's convenient for all of us. It's pretty big for just me, but I love the space. At our housewarming, everyone complimented it, especially my sister-in-law, Carrie 32. She couldn't stop gushing about it. Carrie and I aren't super close, but we've always gotten along. A couple weeks ago, she asked if she could have her baby shower at my house. I agreed without hesitation. She was pregnant. I didn't want to be rude, and honestly, I thought it might be nice to socialize a bit since I spend a lot of time alone. She said she didn't want to waste money renting a venue when I had such a perfect home for it. Her own house is fine, but smaller and not as impressive. I took her compliments at face value and agreed. For 2 weeks, she came over almost every day to plan things. I even took a day off work to help her. I work in finance, definitely not in event planning, but she kept treating me like her personal party coordinator. Still, I didn't mind because I thought this would bring us closer. I was wrong. On the day of the shower, I spent hours helping the decorator set everything up. Carrie arrived early, thanked me, acted totally normal. Then, 15 minutes before guests were supposed to arrive, she looked at me and asked, "So, where are you planning to spend the next couple of hours?" I was stunned. At first, I thought she was joking. I mean, it's my house. I was dressed for the event, had bought her a gift, and had been involved in planning everything. I asked if she was serious, and she calmly explained that I wasn't on the guest list. Apparently, she'd never intended for me to be there. She claimed she thought I was just helping out, like some kind of hired planner. She told me the shower was for close family and friends only, and that unfortunately, I didn't make the cut. She even asked me to leave before her guests arrived so I wouldn't cause a scene. I was furious, humiliated, and honestly heartbroken. I stormed outside to call my husband, but he was busy at work and couldn't pick up. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I decided to call Carrie's husband, Jim 33. I don't know him well. He's quiet and reserved, but I told him everything. How I'd let her use my house, helped plan the whole thing, and then how she tried to kick me out of my own home for her little exclusive party. He was silent for a long time after listening. I apologized for dumping all this on him, but I couldn't keep it in. I was so hurt. Jim finally said, very calmly, that I had nothing to apologize for and that under no circumstances should I be leaving my own house. It would have been ridiculous for me to leave. And Jim told me he was on his way over. He didn't want things to escalate between Carrie and me, and he didn't want her getting worked up while pregnant. That sounded reasonable, so I waited. 15 minutes later, before any of her guests arrived, Jim showed up. Carrie looked like she'd seen a ghost when he walked in. As soon as I heard the doorbell, I went back inside. We all stood in the living room, and Jim calmly but firmly told me I was absolutely welcome to stay for the shower. This was my house after all. Carrie tried to argue, but he gave her a sharp look and she went silent. She spent the whole evening glaring at me like she wanted me to vanish. I kept my cool and carried myself with dignity, but I quietly decided right then I was done with her. I even thought about cancelling the whole event out of spite, but I'd put too much time and effort into helping set it up. So I endured the evening and promised myself I'd never deal with Carrie again. After the shower ended, Jim apologized again for her behavior. Carrie didn't even look at me. He actually apologized for that too, saying she had no right to treat me that way. She was clearly bitter and thought I had forced myself into her special day, which was honestly insulting given it was happening under my own roof. Later that night, I told my husband everything. He was furious and wanted to call his sister immediately, but I asked him not to, at least not that night. I just wanted peace, but peace didn't last. The very next morning, my in-laws called me, fuming. Apparently, when Carrie and Jim got home, they had a huge blowout fight because Jim knew what she'd done to me. Now Jim had packed up and said he was done. He stopped speaking to Carrie entirely and even cut off communication with my in-laws. That shocked everyone, since Jim had always been close to her family. Their parents had even been old family friends. But suddenly, his side of the family blocked Carrie's parents everywhere: social media, phone, everything, and yet, somehow, this was all my fault. According to Carrie and my in-laws, if I had just kept quiet and gone along with her plan, none of this would have happened. They actually blamed me for ruining her marriage. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Carrie humiliated me in my own house, and I was the one being painted as the villain. I lost it. I told them straight up, I am not taking the blame for any of this. Carrie behaved horribly. I generously allowed her to host an event at my home for free, and in return, she tried to humiliate me by kicking me out of my own house, all because she didn't think I was close enough family. Excuse me, I'm literally her brother's wife. I reminded them that if my husband had been home, Carrie never would have dared to treat me that way. And I don't regret telling Jim the truth. He was the only reasonable adult in this mess. If he decided enough was enough and chose to walk away from his marriage, I trust his judgment. That's his choice, and it's not on me. But my in-laws won't stop harassing me. They keep saying I've ruined a family and that Carrie's baby will grow up without a father because of me. Honestly, that's just emotional blackmail. I'm close to blocking them completely. But the only reason I haven't is because sometimes their words do get in my head. They make me doubt myself, even though I know deep down I didn't do anything wrong. My husband, thankfully, is fully on my side. He told me I did nothing wrong, and he'll be the one to explain to his parents that Carrie caused this, not me. He says they should be supporting her instead of attacking me. But I'm just exhausted. I don't feel guilty at all, but they won't leave me alone, and all I want is for this drama to finally be over. Honestly, I still don't even understand why it mattered so much to Carrie that I wasn't at her baby shower. It never made sense to me. So, was I really wrong for telling her husband the truth about how badly she treated me? You can make up your own minds, but personally, I think I did the right thing. I don't see any reason why I should be the scapegoat here. Yes, it's tragic if their baby ends up growing up without a father, but if they couldn't fix their marriage anyway, that outcome was inevitable sooner or later. And let's be real, Carrie had zero interest in resolving things. If she had been willing to apologize, maybe there would have been a chance to work things out. Instead, she doubled down and pushed all the blame on me. That's just insane. Update 1 high again. It's been almost a week since the baby shower, and Carrie and Jim are officially getting divorced. This isn't speculation, Jim already announced it on his socials. I didn't think things would unravel this quickly, but apparently he's already filed and the process has started. He moved back in with his parents, and they've been living apart ever since. I wasn't sure if I should even reach out because I honestly felt guilty. But after talking with my husband, we agreed that someone from the family should at least check in, especially since Jim hadn't blocked us. Clearly, he left that door open for a reason. So I sent him a message just saying I was sorry that things had turned out this way. Not an apology for causing it, more like expressing sympathy. He actually reassured me, told me not to blame myself because their marriage had been hanging by a thread for a long time. After that, I asked him directly, why did Carrie hate the idea of me being there so much? Because they're only close relatives. Excuse never added up. She'd invited plenty of people who weren't even family, people I knew she wasn't close with. So what was the real reason? Well, he told me. And wow, the truth was, Carrie had been desperate to impress one particular guest, an old school friend of hers who'd married into a very wealthy family. Carrie has been planning to start a business after the baby, and she was hoping this woman's wealthy husband might invest in it. Her entire baby shower plan was basically a performance for this one guest, and here's the kicker, she wanted to pretend my house was hers. That's why she didn't want me around. She thought she could host the event, claim the house was hers, and put on this illusion of being more successful than she really is. Obviously, she couldn't pull that off with me standing right there. As. It turned out that important friend didn't even show up because she got sick that day. But the fact remains Carrie was perfectly willing to lie, humiliate me, and use me just to keep up appearances. When Jim found out, he confronted her at home. She admitted it openly, like it was no big deal to fake an entire lifestyle just to impress someone from high school. Jim told her straight up she owed me an apology for treating me like trash after I'd been generous enough to host. She flat out refused, and that fight cracked open everything else. According to Jim, this wasn't new behavior. For the last couple of years, Carrie's been obsessed with pretending they're wealthier than they are, staging things for social media, putting on a front for acquaintances. He said it all started not long after their wedding, when some of her friends made snide comments about how modest their wedding was compared to others. Since then, she's been living in this fantasy of trying to look rich. Hearing this honestly blew my mind, but it also made everything click into place. Honestly, I think all those comments from her friends really got under Carrie's skin. But she's a grown woman, not a teenager. She shouldn't still be this obsessed with what other people think. Real friends don't mock you for not living a flashy lifestyle. If they do, maybe they're not worth keeping around. The thing is, Carrie and Jim aren't struggling at all. They live a perfectly normal, comfortable life. Sure, they're not wealthy, but they're fine. Jim works in real estate, and Carrie has a steady job at a marketing firm. She even had plans to launch her own business after the baby. If anything, she should have been saving up instead of spending recklessly. But Carrie's been fixated on projecting this glamorous image they simply can't afford. Jim said he tried countless times to explain this to her, that their life is good enough as it is, that they don't need to impress anyone. But she just brushed him off. Instead, she kept buying things without talking to him first, kept putting up a front. That put a constant strain on their marriage. He admitted he used to ignore it because he loved her so much. But with a baby on the way, he couldn't look past it anymore. It wasn't just about money anymore. It was about the kind of future they'd be able to give their child. After the baby shower fight, Jim finally snapped. He told me that even if I hadn't called him that day, he would have left sooner or later. The baby shower incident just sped things up. He doesn't blame me for anything, and honestly, I feel lighter knowing that. My husband and I talked it over too. He feels sorry for Carrie, of course, but he also thinks Jim wouldn't have walked away unless he'd thought it through. Jim was a good husband, and if he reached his breaking point, that says a lot. I do feel bad for Carrie, especially since she's pregnant, but at the end of the day, she dug herself into this. She's in her 30s, still acting like she's in high school, still letting shallow people dictate how she feels about her own life. She needs therapy more than she needs new designer bags. I honestly hope they figure something out, if only for their baby's sake, because growing up in a broken home is tough. For now, though, I'm stepping back. I've decided to block Carrie and my in-laws for the time being, not out of spite, but because I don't see anything good coming from staying involved. My husband agrees. We'll give them space and focus on our own lives. Update to so, my husband just got back a couple of hours ago and he filled me in. He's been in touch with Jim these past few days, and apparently Jim is open to giving their marriage another shot, but only if Carrie is willing to apologize and agree to go to therapy. My husband's been trying to get that message across to her, but so far she hasn't responded. His parents said she's avoiding everyone right now, just isolating because she's so upset, which honestly is understandable, but the ball's in her court now. As for some of the comments on my last post, a lot of people called me selfish, saying my husband and I were greedy and should have been financially supporting Carrie and Jim. I honestly don't know how people came to that conclusion, but let me clear the air. We bought this house fair and square because we could afford it. If it hadn't been within our budget, we wouldn't have bought it. And for the record, Jim and Carrie are not broke. They have stable incomes. Acting like they need our charity is just insulting to them. Also, my husband and I are in a very similar financial situation to Jim and Carrie, so I don't understand why they'd need our help or why anyone would think they do. It's a bit odd, but since some of you brought it up, I wanted to clarify. Some people didn't like that I said I hope they reconcile and stay together, claiming Jim deserves better. Maybe he does, but ultimately it's his choice. I don't. Get why so many people feel the need to pour hate here, call me names, or call Jim a pushover without even knowing him. They love each other despite all their problems, and they're having a child together. That's a big deal. They can't just walk away from each other and move on, given the circumstances. So yes, I wanted and still want things to work out for them. That's all I wanted to say for now. Update 3. Hi everyone. It's been almost 3 weeks since my last post. I just wanted to share that Jim and Carrie have decided to reconcile and try to work things out. I'm really happy for them, even though Carrie and I still aren't talking. I found out from my husband that they've agreed to attend family therapy for a couple of months to see how things go. They'll still live separately for now, and when the baby arrives, they'll co-parent together for the first few months. If things go well, they plan to move back in together. I'm genuinely happy for them. I know this isn't what a lot of people wanted to hear. Many were hoping Jim would just leave her, but he's going to do what he thinks is right, and everyone else will have to respect that. They want us to follow a dress code at school? Nope, I'll wear whatever I want. A little background for context. I've never been a fan of dress codes just for the sake of having them. So when I got into a boarding school that didn't require uniforms, I was thrilled. Honestly, I don't even hate dress codes in principle. My problem is always with how people interpret them. For example, if the rules say socks should be black or blue, 99.9% of people will assume it means navy blue. I'm the kind of person who'll show up in sky blue socks just to prove a point. Not to make trouble, but simply to share a sly grin with the handful of people who think, well, it does just say blue. It's my way of reminding the bureaucrats who wrote the rules that they aren't as airtight as they think. As my husband likes to say, I've always been a bit of a pain in the neck. I enjoy showing that either or isn't the only option. I've always dressed boldly, loved unusual combinations of fabrics and colors, and if someone had encouraged me to learn sewing back then, I probably would have become a fashion designer. But boarding school is hardly a place full of vibrant creativity. Despite being spirited, I was never a troublemaker. My mum used to describe me as a polite, well-behaved kid who could bend rules into a pretzel without ever technically breaking them. She had to word her rules very carefully whenever she left me home alone. But she also had to be cautious not to give me new ideas in the process. If someone presented a rule as unbreakable, I just had to test it. And if they were pushy or smug about it, I'd find the cleverest way possible to prove them wrong. My mum always believed critical thinking was the real key to success in life. She taught me that if you can analyze a problem and figure out a solution, you don't need to have all the answers memorized, you just need to know how to find them. Remember, this was a decade before Google and smartphones, so I don't fault modern parents for having a different mindset. Still, I'd raise my own kids with the same philosophy if I had them. She raised me to believe success comes to people who don't just answer Apple when someone asks what that round red thing on the table is. Instead, you pick it up, study its weight and texture, notice the sheen on its wax, memorize its smell, because you never know when someone will ask you to describe the underside of an apple when there isn't one around. And when you grow up thinking that way, turning school dress codes inside out becomes kind of fun. So here's the actual story. At my boarding school, we had 2 dress codes. The first was called the class dress code, and it basically meant we were expected to look like young professionals. Pretty standard stuff. Skirts below fingertip length for girls, shirts and TIs for boys, and all the usual details. The second set was for downtime, called city dress. That was for when we hung out in the student lounge or went off campus. It was more relaxed, but still had enough restrictions to prevent the girls from wearing anything too revealing or the boys from dressing like slobs in ripped clothes. Now, I had these suede knee-high fringe boots. Actually, I had 2 pairs, one black and one brown. They were the warmest, most comfortable boots I'd ever owned, even before UGGS became a thing. My mum and I had fought over those boots for years, so it was a huge personal victory when she let me bring them to school. One day, a teacher pulled me aside and told me the faculty had been discussing my boots and decided they didn't fit the class dress code. But I read the rules, I argued. There's nothing in there about boots like these. I know, she admitted, but we've decided they don't fit the image we want, but the color matches. I know, the material's fine too. Suede is allowed, yes. The rules don't mention height. Riding boots are permitted, right? That's true. So why then? I demanded. I honestly can't tell if I felt more angry or hurt, probably both. This teacher was someone I respected. someone who had always been kind to me. And I immediately understood why they sent her to talk to me instead of someone else, because I wasn't the type to throw a tantrum or cause a scene. I was the type to plan my revenge quietly. All right then, I said calmly, and walked away. That night, I studied the dress code rules word for word, line by line. I read through every single sentence of that dress code over and over again. I even said the rules out loud, picked up every item of clothing listed, and examined it like I was some alien who had only this manual and a piece of fabric to figure out why humans wear these things. I had to admit, it was a strict code, but they made two big mistakes. First, nowhere did it say where each piece of clothing had to be worn. Second, there was no mention that you even had to look presentable. The rules only specified colors and lengths: skirts below fingertip length, socks above the ankle, sleeves covering elbows, and so on. Shoes had to be in muted tones, black, brown, or other earthy shades like my fringe boots. But nowhere did it say you couldn't show up in, say, elf shoes. Of course, elf shoes wouldn't exactly scream professional, but still. Loophole. I went to bed that night mad as hell, my head buzzing with mischievous ideas. I debated with myself for a long time whether I should even go through with it. But eventually, I decided if I still felt the same way in the morning, I'd start phase 1. The next day, I woke up just as annoyed, and on my way to breakfast, I mentally made a list of the biggest clowns in my class. In the cafeteria, I found a couple of them and told them, you know, the handbook is very specific about how TIs must be knotted Windsor, single or double. And if it's a bow tie, it has to be tied in the classic way. But nowhere does it say TIs have to be worn on the neck. The rule just says they must be properly tied. I suggested they read it carefully that evening and decide for themselves what to do with that little loophole. The following day, TIs were everywhere. On wrists, wrapped around glasses, tied across foreheads, looped around ankles, knees, thighs, even wrapped around fists like someone was stopping a nosebleed. If you could tie a Windsor knot on some body part, one of the boys in our school had done it. I was ridiculously proud of myself. Phase 1 was a total success. The teachers were irritated, of course, though plenty of students found it hilarious until math class. One boy came in without a visible tie. He was the one who always wore a bow tie. The teacher looked down at him sternly and said, "I know you all decided to play games with TIs today. I think we've been patient enough, but you do know the rules say you have to be wearing one." He grinned, looked her in the eye, and replied, "I am wearing one. You just can't see it." The room exploded with laughter. Maybe he really did tie it around his ankle under his pants, or around his elbow under the blazer, who knows. But to the rest of us, he instantly became the guy who wore his tie on his junk. By the end of the day, I was considered the legend who had found a loophole, and he was the legend who took it to, well, the most infamous possible place. The very next morning, the school email newsletter had an announcement. The rules had been updated. TIs must now be worn on the neck only. Fun times were officially over, but phase 2. Oh, that was the real challenge. I'd been eyeing the most ridiculous pair of boots I had ever seen at the mall. They were silver with holographic rainbow circles all over, had a 5 centimeters platform, a chunky 10 centimeters heel, and lace-up fronts that came just above the ankle. Utterly outrageous. I knew there was no way I could get away with wearing them to class, but for city dress? I wanted them so badly. After 9 years of uniforms, I was finally starting to enjoy fashion. I'd been saving money for months and would sneak into that store whenever I could, just to look at them. For a while, I tried to convince myself they were too expensive, but once they banned my favorite suede fringe boots, my desire for those wild rainbow boots only grew stronger. Eventually, I scraped together enough money. It felt like fate. That weekend, I practically skipped to the mall, grinning from ear to ear only to find they were sold out in my size. I nearly burst into tears, but then, right next to them, I saw the same design in black patent leather. Until that moment, I dismissed the black pair as boring, especially compared to the silver ones. But here's the thing, our dress code had an entire paragraph about patent leather shoes. They were allowed, but only if worn with pants. Why? Because of that absurd old belief that shiny shoes could reflect a girl's underwear if she wore a skirt.so my rainbow boots. Absolutely banned. But they're black patent leather sisters with silver accents? perfectly legal. Silver detailing was allowed since shoelace eyelets could be made of metal. And the 5 centimeters platform and 10 centimeters heel? Also, fine. There wasn't even a height restriction for heels in the dress code. I guess the school assumed no high school girl would willingly spend an entire day in stilettos, and unlike the shiny rainbow boots, their black patent leather version looked less like party footwear and more like ankle boots I would wear. Funny thing is, I never would have even glanced at those black boots if it weren't for my newly discovered obsession with the dress code. The outfit started with these bright orange polyester pants, covered in tiny grey-green amorphous specks, something that vaguely resembled a microscopic giraffe print. The green was barely visible. From a distance, it just looked like some random texture over the orange. The clash between the two colours was so aggressive that the pattern literally seemed to vibrate, making you dizzy and even a little nauseous if you stared too long. By sheer luck, I'd also managed to grab an orange terry sweater in exactly the same shade. The result? From the waist up, I looked like a rejected Sesame Street character, while from the waist down, I resembled a disco-era misfit. Did I mention the pants were slightly flared? So on Monday, I walked into class looking like someone who'd been thrown off the set of Saturday Night Fever. My new platform boots had these heavy wooden heels that clomped so loudly they echoed through the entire building. Suddenly, I was towering a good 10 centimeters over everyone else, more noticeable in the hallways, and even rivaling some teachers in terms of sheer presence. I caught a few of them throwing sideways glances at my boots, and I started keeping mental notes on which staff members apparently had it out for my suede knee-highs. It was obvious who found my appearance ridiculous, but I didn't stop there. It turned into a personal mission to curate the most hideous outfits my imagination could come up with. I didn't care how I looked anymore, I just wanted to make sure every piece still technically complied with the dress code. Even the teachers admitted my boots met the written requirements. They just didn't like them. I'd put effort into following their rules, and suddenly it wasn't good enough simply because my choices weren't to their taste. So fine. If they didn't like my boots, I'd wear ugly boots every single day, forcing them to stare at outfits that nobody in their right mind would find appealing. And what could they do? Tell me daily that my clothes were wrong while failing to explain how. By their own admission, nothing I wore actually broke the rules. And I wasn't about to start breaking them. That's not my style. Living in a dorm had its perks. Girls shared clothes freely, so as long as you were willing to lend your stuff too, you essentially had access to 30 wardrobes just in our block alone. My own clothes had been carefully coordinated, but once you started mixing them with other people's, the results became gloriously absurd. Like when my roommate's loud neon blouse, which she only ever wore with a black skirt, ended up paired with another girl's skirt in a clashing wild print. I wore it specifically because the colours screamed at each other. Still, not against the rules. Those scandalous slut boots. I only ever paired them with pants. I raided every thrift store, vintage shop, and second-hand place in town. And since our city had no shortage of hippies, the selection was fantastic. I put together 3-piece suits with TIs that made me look so boyish that at a parent-teacher meeting, one of the teachers actually asked my mum if I was. Apparently, dressing badly meant you were automatically gay. I'd braid my bangs into a thin plait, clip a heavy earring to the end so it dangled, and then swing it back and forth over my desk or book, but only during the lessons of the teachers. I suspected of discriminating against my boots. Basically, I did everything I could to annoy them with my appearance. At that infamous parent-teacher conference, they asked my mum to talk to me about my clothes. She blinked and asked if I was breaking any rules. They explained the boot situation. My mum laughed and told them there was nothing they could do. If there's one thing her daughter hated, it was being punished for a rule she didn't know existed, or worse, one that had never even been written down. If you want to make a new rule right now to stop her, go ahead, Mum said. Bye. Tomorrow, she won't be doing this anymore. I promise you won't see those boots again. But the way she'll see it, you've taken away something she liked for no good reason. That's punishment, whether you call it that or not. And when she feels punished unfairly, she punishes back. Simple as that. My advice? Drop it and spend the summer rewriting your handbook. Otherwise, you'll burn through paper trying to keep up with all the loopholes she's going to find. My daughter lives for finding loopholes. Honestly, I regret giving her so many puzzle books when she was little. Hearing this, the teachers admitted the only real reason they were ignoring my new boots was this when the teachers saw how I reacted to the suede boots ban. Some of them honestly seemed afraid to imagine what I might show up in next if they tried to outlaw the second pair as well. But being the well-behaved student that I actually was, I never wore those suede boots again. And after that, no one ever gave me grief about my outfits again. Well, except for one time when my skirt ended up way too short. That one wasn't even intentional. The following year, I didn't return to that school but for completely unrelated reasons. So I never found out if they rewrote any of their rules. To this day though, I've kept those black boots. They're still tucked away somewhere. And every time I stumble across them at the bottom of a box, I can't help but smile. I even held onto a t-shirt from that era. It is, without exaggeration, the single ugliest piece of clothing I own, but I just can't throw it out. Every time I see it in my closet, I start laughing, remembering the whole saga. Somewhere, I've even got photos of me in that ridiculous fuzzy orange getup. If I ever dig them out, I'll definitely share them. Back then, I was having the time of my life, breaking their so-called dress code. And it felt amazing. So here's the takeaway. Whatever problems you're facing, try flipping them inside out. Look at them from a different angle, twist them around, play with them. You never know where the cracks might be hiding. And of course, this is also just another wonderful story about how amazing my mum was. She always had my back, though if I'm honest, I suspect she was also quietly angry that the teachers hated our boots. Because if the school rules had been clearly written, she could have been wearing them herself all along instead. Those awesome boots just sat gathering dust in my locker. I miss you, Mum. Edit. No, I didn't end up becoming a lawyer. Life just went in a different direction. These days, I work for myself, building a business in a field I'm genuinely passionate about. I enjoy almost every minute of it. I'm happy, and I'm grateful that I get to love what I do. One last note. This whole story took place in the mid-90s. When I was around 10 years old, I met a very strange boy who seemed to appear out of nowhere and then, just as suddenly, vanished. I've always wondered how I could ever find him again. It happened during the summer. My friends and I were swimming in a lake at the edge of my parents' farmland. I grew up in a tiny rural town with maybe 200 residents, where everyone knew each other. At the time, the schools were still separated, one for boys, one for girls, though I've heard they've since been combined. There were about 4 of us kids that day, splashing around in the water. Suddenly, we heard someone calling out. On the shore stood a boy, completely naked, asking if he could join us. He looked to be about our age, maybe slightly older, but not by much. His skin was almost ghostly pale, his eyes a piercing green that instantly caught my attention, and his hair so light it was nearly white, hanging to his shoulders. Think Draco Malfoy, but softer somehow. We exchanged quick glances and told him yes. He waded into the lake and played with us as if he'd always been part of the group. The strange thing was, none of us recognized him, which was unusual, because in such a tiny town, everyone knew everyone. He introduced himself as Richard, though he asked us to call him Richie. Whenever I tried asking where he came from, he'd dodge the question or change the subject. After swimming for a while, I invited him over for dinner. He eagerly agreed, brushing off my friend's question about whether he should ask his parents first. "Oh, they won't mind," he said. At tea. At the time, I didn't think much about him being unclothed. We usually swam naked in the lake ourselves. But once we got out, dried off, and dressed, it became obvious he had no clothes with him at all. He laughed awkwardly and claimed he must have forgotten them. I wasn't sure how my parents would react to me showing up with a naked boy, so I gave him some of my spare clothes before we headed home. When my dad asked where Rich's clothes were, I lied and said they'd gotten wet and were drying in the sun. Richie fit into my things just fine. At dinner, he ate like he hadn't had a meal in days, 3 or 4 servings at least. He was so thin, even skinnier than me at that age, and I couldn't understand how his little body could hold so much food. Afterward, we hung out in my room and played my old Nintendo 64. He was fascinated by it, like he had never seen a console before. I thought maybe it was because the system was outdated. It was already 2010, and most kids had newer consoles, but looking back, I realized he seemed completely unfamiliar with anything from pop culture. As night fell, I asked if he wanted to stay over. He was thrilled. My parents didn't care. They were both drunk as usual. We played games until late, and then I said I was tired. Richie didn't seem tired at all, but he asked if he could take a shower since we'd been running around outside. All day, when he came out of the bathroom, he was once again naked. I asked if he'd really walked through the house like that, and he answered casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world. He climbed into my bed without hesitation. I offered him pajamas, but he refused, saying it was too hot. To be fair, that summer night was sweltering. I put on a Scooby-Doo movie which completely blew his mind. He didn't recognize it at all. At the time, it didn't feel too strange, but now I realize he seemed disconnected from everything the rest of us kids knew. The next morning, I slept late. When I woke up, Richie was gone. My mum told me his parents had called early in the morning and that he left after that. I have no idea how they even knew where to call. Before leaving, he borrowed a pair of my shorts, since my mum insisted he couldn't walk home naked, and just like that he disappeared. I felt a little hurt that he left without saying goodbye, or leaving any way to contact him. But a couple of days later, he showed up again while my friends and I were swimming in the lake. This time he had some clothes, but as far as I remember, it was just underwear and a shirt, no pants, which struck me as odd once more. Over the next year, we became incredibly close. We were like brothers. During that time, I often asked if I could come over to his place or meet his family, but whenever I brought up anything personal, he would get uncomfortable, avoid the question, or quickly change the subject. I could tell he didn't want to talk about it, so I eventually stopped pushing. The only thing he ever said was that he was homeschooled. Back then, I thought that sounded amazing. No regular school, no teachers, just freedom.as. I said. Our bond grew fast. It felt like he was more than just a friend, almost like a part of me, a soulmate. I trusted him with everything, and he always seemed to know when I needed support. For example, when my grandmother passed away, I didn't want to cry in front of my family. I went out into the fields, sat down in some random spot, and suddenly Richie appeared. He sat beside me and spoke a few simple words that comforted me more than I can explain. When I asked how he found me, he just shrugged and said he was out walking, and then, just like that, he disappeared. It had been a little over a year since the first time he appeared by the lake. Around September of the following year, maybe a year and 2 or 3 months after we first met, he was simply gone. No goodbye, no explanation, no trace. I was crushed. I missed him so badly that I would wander through the fields searching for him or sit by the lake hoping he'd return. But he never did. To this day, I don't know what happened to him. I've searched social media, but there's nothing. And since Richie shared almost nothing about his life, I have no real leads. I asked my parents what they remembered. They admitted they thought he was strange and at first weren't sure we should even be friends, especially since he had a habit of walking around naked whenever he felt like it. But they also said we were inseparable, always together. They remembered how devastated I was when he stopped coming around. They even considered calling the police about his disappearance, but never followed through. I really wish they had. It might sound crazy, but Richie, if by some chance you're reading this, please reach out to me. I'd love to talk to you again to get some answers about all the strange mysteries surrounding you. Maybe there was nothing supernatural about any of it, but it sure felt bizarre. First update, I'm visiting my parents for a couple of weeks, planning to dig through the house for any old photos of Richie to share here. With 7 older brothers and a mountain of family pictures, I'm not sure if I'll find anything new, but I'll try. There's also a celebration coming up at the local church for the end of the school year. As one commenter suggested, I'm going to attend the early morning coffee gathering where all the older folks from the village meet. Even if I have to drag myself out of bed at AM, I'll be asking around to see if anyone remembers Richie. I'll update tomorrow if I find anything. Thanks again for all your help. Second update, I spoke to people at the church today, but no one seemed to remember Richie. I was starting to lose hope, but word must have spread that I was searching for someone. An elderly woman lets call. Her Sharon approached me. I know her, but we've never really talked much. She told me she might know Rich's maternal aunt. She promised to try to find her contact information for me so I could reach out. Sharon said that if Richie truly belonged to the family she had in mind, they lived in a cottage about an hour and 15 minutes walk from our village. It was very secluded, no nearby neighbours. Sharon didn't know why they left, since she wasn't close with Rich's aunt. Still, this could be real progress. I'll update again if I learn more. Hopefully, his possible aunt is still alive and hasn't changed her number. Fingers crossed. Third update, I've been trying to reach Rich's supposed aunt, Shorten. it to RA4 relative aunt, but no luck so far. I called the number Sharon gave me several times, but no one answered. I left a voicemail explaining who I was. I also mailed a letter, sent first class, to the address Sharon provided. It should arrive tomorrow or the next day. Hopefully, RA still lives there and can give me some answers. In the letter, I explained why I wanted to contact her and included my phone number in case calling is easier for her than writing back. I'll update here as soon as I hear anything new. Oh, and one more thing, I went to the cottage Sharon mentioned, the one where Rich's family might have lived. The cottage was abandoned and falling apart. It really did seem like Richie might have lived there once, but the atmosphere was eerily unsettling. Fourth update, I finally heard back from let's call her Jane. Someone suggested I check if her phone number was linked to apps like WhatsApp. It was, so I messaged her there. To my surprise, she replied fairly quickly. After I described Richie to her, she confirmed she was indeed his relative. And that's when things took a darker turn. Jane explained that she hadn't been in touch with Rich's family for years, but she still had the number of his older sister. I didn't even know he had siblings. Jane hinted that reaching out to Rich's sister wouldn't give me the closure I was hoping for. My stomach dropped. I was terrified of what that might mean. Still, she gave me the number and told me to contact her, then ended the conversation. Now I'm sitting here, dreading the message I'm about to send. This could be the end of my long search for answers, but I fear it's not the ending I've been wishing for. I'll update again once I know more. Fifth update. First, I want to thank every single person who's helped me along this journey, emotionally and practically. Finding closure in Rich's story has been one of the hardest things I've ever faced. For years, I searched for answers about what happened to him. Unfortunately, the truth isn't what I hoped for. Deep down, I always feared this outcome, and maybe part of me avoided looking too hard because I didn't want to face it. With the help of this community and countless kind comments, I tracked down Rich's distant relative, who then connected me with his older sister. For clarity, let's call her Sarah. She finally explained the truth behind Rich's strange behavior, his reluctance to let me visit his home, and ultimately, his disappearance. Sarah and Richie endured horrific abuse at the hands of their father. He suffered from severe mental illness and drug addiction for most of his adult life. He was terrified of the outside world and kept his children in isolation. According to Sarah, he believed the world was about to collapse, that the devil was trying to take control of his mind and body, and that Jesus himself told him the only way to protect his family was to cut them off from everyone. Sarah said their father wasn't constantly physically abusive, which offered a small amount of relief, but his paranoia and isolation were a prison of their own. They moved frequently, never staying in one place long. Most of the time, the relocations happened suddenly in the middle of the night with no warning. Sarah couldn't remember exactly when they left my town. That explains why Richie appeared in my life so suddenly, only to vanish after about 15 months. The hardest part, Richie died at 15, only a couple of years after disappearing from my life. Sarah struggled to share details, and I didn't want to pressure her. From what she told me, it seems Richie ended his own life. Sarah said Richie often talked about me and the time we spent together. All he ever wanted was to return and find me again. Tragically, he never got the chance. She admitted she thought I was his imaginary friend. She had no idea how he managed to sneak out of the house to see me, especially since their father sometimes locked them in their rooms for days, even weeks. Sarah told me she still has Rich's journals. I remember he sometimes wrote things down. She offered to send them to me, which was unbelievably kind. She said many entries were about me, about our adventures together, his dreams of escaping so we could build a life somewhere else. She always thought I was just a figment of his imagination. Hearing this was both heartbreaking and strangely comforting. I can't wait to read those journals, though I know it'll be painful. Sarah said she's glad Richie managed to leave such a lasting mark on someone's life. I want people to know the impact he had on mine, that he was kind, brilliant, and beautiful inside and out. Writing this post has been crushing. I realize now that I avoided searching for so long because I was afraid of finding this very truth. Sarah told me more, but out of respect for her privacy, I won't share everything. What matters is that she's safe now, far away from her father, and for that I'm deeply grateful. Once again, thank you all for your support and kindness throughout this journey. Richie, I love you. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I'm Sorry, I didn't see the signs that you were in danger. Please forgive me. You were the only true friend I ever had, and writing these words feels unbearable. I hate myself for not doing more. But Richie, you saved me countless times. In my darkest moments, it was the memory of you that kept me going. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you the way you were for me. I love you so much, Richie. 6th update, I wanted to share how I'm doing now and how Sarah is as well. It's still painful to think about Richie, to relive those memories, and to know I couldn't save him. I don't have many friends these days. I struggle with anxiety, and all I can think is how different things might be if Richie were still here. Sarah and I stay in touch occasionally, though not as often as I'd like. We met once in person, and it was meaningful beyond words. Rich's story seems to have touched many people, and that's why I'm sharing this. If anyone has questions, I'll do my best to answer. 7th update, my post has received far more attention than I ever expected. I've been trying to respond to as many comments as possible. Since so many questions keep coming up, I'll answer. A few here. Yes, I'm in therapy now, and I've recently started medication as well. I've battled severe anxiety for a long time, and therapy has become essential. As for Rich's journals, I won't share anything publicly without Sarah's permission. She deserves to make that choice. If she wants his words kept private, that's how it will be. No. I'm not writing a book about Richie, nor is this some kind of promotion. If anyone were to write about his life, it should be Sarah, but she has no desire to do so. She prefers to leave the past behind. And honestly, I understand. It breaks my heart to see so many people comment that they had their own Richie or that they were Richie. It's devastating to realize how many children even today go unseen, live in terrible conditions, or endure abuse with no one there to help. So many of them are gone when they could have been saved. Still, I'm glad Richie touched so many hearts. Here, I'm sorry if I don't respond to every message. There are just too many, and some are too hard to face. You can tell me 1,000 times not to feel guilty, and logically I know I shouldn't. But the guilt remains. And it hurts to hear people say I did everything I could because Richie still isn't here. Maybe it sounds like complaining, or like I'm ungrateful. But the truth is, I'm incredibly thankful for all the love and support I've received. I'm just not sure I truly deserve it. My wife promised her son he would run my business after college without ever asking me. Now he's graduated and furious that I won't hand it over. I'm 52, married my wife 2 years ago after dating for 3. She's 50 and has a son. From her first marriage, let's call him Joe, he's 21. He just graduated with a business degree. Joe and I get along fine, but we're not exactly close, and I've never been a father figure to him. His dad, my wife's ex, is still very much in the picture, so it's not like Joe was missing anything from me. The problem is, my wife apparently promised Joe years ago, before he even applied to college, that I'd let him take over my catering business as soon as he graduated. This business has been in my family for decades. My father built it, I helped him run it, and after he passed, I've been in charge for nearly 20 years. I've never had any intention of stepping away, at least not until retirement, which is still a long way off. I have no clue why my wife thought it was okay to make that promise without even speaking to me. Last week at Joe's graduation party, we went out to dinner afterward. While we were having dessert, Joe casually mentioned that unlike his classmates, he wouldn't have to worry about job hunting or internships because he already had a plan. He smiled at me while saying it. I smiled back, confused, then glanced at my wife to explain. She said nothing. Later that night, I asked her what Joe meant. That's when she confessed she'd told him years ago I'd hand him the business. After graduation, I was floored. I told her she needed to make it clear to him that wasn't happening. He's too young, too inexperienced, and frankly, I'm not giving up the company I've worked on my whole life just because she promised something on my behalf. I even pointed out that I have employees who've been with me for years and who would be far more deserving and capable of running it someday. She argued that I was being unfair, that Joe deserved the chance, and that she trusted him. I told her this wasn't something you just try out. You either succeed or fail, and right now, he's nowhere near ready. He needs to work, gain experience, and maybe start under me if he proves himself. But as far as me just handing over the entire business? Absolutely not. She exploded, accused me of being selfish and not caring about Joe's future. I snapped back that I'm not his father and never pretended to be. That pushed her over the edge. She made me stop the car a couple blocks from home and walk the rest of the way. I didn't argue. I went to a bar to cool off before coming home around midnight. By then, she was asleep, so we didn't talk. The next morning, she acted like nothing happened, and I didn't bring it up either. But 2 days later, Joe called me. He asked about the business, and I told him point blank his mother never discussed this with me, and if she had, she'd already know I'm not giving it up. He'd need to find a job like everyone else. What she promised him was never going to happen. At first, he thought I was joking. When he realized I wasn't, he lost it. He yelled at me, called me a liar, said I was selfish just like his mum, and hung up on me before I could say another word. When I came home that evening, my wife was furious. She didn't even let me take my coat off before she started screaming at me. Turns out Joe called my wife right after our conversation and completely went off on her. He screamed at her for lying to him all these years and making him believe he'd be running my business once he graduated. My wife, instead of owning up to it, blamed me. She said it was my fault because now Joe doesn't trust either of us and wants to cut ties completely. I told her that's not on me. I never promised her son anything. I didn't promise her either. She was the one lying to him all this time, and now he gets to decide how to handle that. If my own mother had lied to me like that, I probably wouldn't want to talk to her again either. That sent her into a rage. She left the house crying, shouting that she was going to her sister's. I didn't stop her. Honestly, I was so drained that I just let her go. It's been 3 days since then. Complete silence. No calls, no texts, nothing. Yesterday, I thought she was finally calling me, but it was her older sister, and she only called to rip into me. She told me my wife hasn't stopped crying since she left, that she feels like she's losing both her son and her husband. Hearing that hit me hard. The last thing I ever wanted was to break her down like that. Her sister went on to explain the why behind the lie. Apparently, Joe originally had no interest in college at all. He wanted to join a band and try his hand at music. My wife panicked. She wanted him to have a stable future, so she dangled my business like a carrot. She promised him that if he went to college and graduated, he'd get the company. She never told me because she already knew what my answer would be, a hard no. She was hoping that by the time Joe graduated, I'd see how responsible he'd become and change my mind. She admitted she wanted to talk to me about it at some point, but she never worked up the courage. She figured she had no right to push it anyway. After all, the business isn't hers, and Joe isn't my son. I told her sister I understood why. My wife did it. She was worried about her kid's future. But that still doesn't excuse lying to him or to me for years. Her sister sighed and said she didn't want to interfere in our marriage, but that my wife is ready to work on things if I apologize for being too harsh with her and Joe. Then she hung up, leaving me in a spiral of doubt. On one hand, I want to fix things with my wife. On the other hand, why should I apologize for something I didn't do? She's the one who lied. She's the one who made promises she couldn't keep. It's been a full day since that call, and I still don't know what to do. So, Ada for telling my stepson straight up that I wasn't handing over my business, even though my wife had promised him otherwise behind my back. Update 1, I decided not to apologize to my wife. After reading all your comments, I realized I really wasn't in the wrong here. If she wanted Joe to go to college, there were 1,000 smarter, healthier ways to encourage him than flat out lying about something she knew would never happen. And even after she made that initial mistake, she had years to come clean to Joe or to me. But she chose silence until it blew up in all our faces. So now, if she wants to save this marriage, she's the one who has to swallow her pride and apologize, not me. It's been nearly a week since she walked out, and I still haven't heard a word. I have no idea what's going on in her head or what her plan is. But I do know one thing, I'm not going to run after her begging like I've done in the past. She created this mess, and it's on her to clean it up. Thank you to everyone who commented. You helped me clear my head, because the truth is, this is her pattern. She screws up, then I'm the one chasing her down, apologizing, and doing all the emotional labor to fix things. It used to work, but not this time. I've finally said to myself, enough. I can't keep being the only one fighting to hold this marriage together. Update 2. It's been almost 2 weeks since she left, and we haven't spoken once. Today, I almost reached out to a lawyer because I was convinced she wasn't coming back anytime soon. But to my surprise, she came home earlier this afternoon. She didn't say much, only apologized for how she had acted. For now, that was enough for me. I'm not sure what will happen between her and her son. From the look on her face, I could tell things weren't fixed. Honestly, I'm not even sure it can be called a conflict. She lied to him, and now that the truth is out, he refuses to speak with her. As much as I hate to admit it, I can't say he's entirely wrong. She apologized to me, but she's still clearly crushed. She doesn't talk to me the way she used to, and the house feels tense and quiet. Even though she came back, Joe has blocked me everywhere. I don't know if he did the same to her, but if so, it would explain why she can't even reach him to say sorry. If she asks my advice, I'll probably suggest she try reaching out through one of his close friends, just to get a message across. It would be awkward, sure, but at least it would open a door for conversation. I have no idea what his father thinks about all this. My wife hasn't mentioned it. Personally, I'm curious what people think about her plan to push Joe into college. On paper, it worked. He graduated and has a diploma. But now he wants nothing to do with her. It's like the plan completely backfired. It's tragic because I know how deeply she loves her son and how much it meant to her that he got an education. But now everything's in chaos and she has no one to blame but herself. Update 3. 2 days have passed since my wife returned. She's been quiet and distant the whole time. But today, we finally had a real conversation about everything that's happened since Joe's graduation. She apologized again for promising him my business without ever asking me first. I told her it was okay. I thought that was the end of the talk. Instead, she broke down in tears mid-conversation, and it completely caught me off guard. She cried so hard I could barely comfort her. For nearly an hour, she sobbed, repeating how sorry she was, saying she'd failed as a wife and as a mother. It was painful to see her so broken. I felt awful too, realizing I hadn't even checked on her when she stayed with her sister. Sure, this was her mess, but she's still my wife. I should have tried to ease her pain at least a little. When she finally calmed down, I asked what I could do to help. She said all she wanted was to talk to Joe and fix things. But just as I suspected, he had blocked her everywhere. She even tried going through her ex-husband's father, but he told her Joe wanted nothing to do with her and refused to get involved, saying it was her mess to clean up. I told her I'd find a way. I dug through social media, figured out who Joe's closest friends were, and tracked down one guy he used to spend a lot of time with. I reached out, explained everything, and practically begged him to get Joe to call. An hour later, my wife's phone rang from an unknown number. We both thought it might be his friend, but it was Joe himself. I couldn't hear his side, only hers. She apologized over and over. They argued for a long time. She tried to justify her choices, insisted that one day he'd be grateful for his degree, even admitted she'd do it all again if it meant forcing him into college. The longer it went, the worse it got. Her face turned red, her voice rose, and soon they were both yelling. I tried to get her to hang up and cool down, but she refused. Eventually, it turned into a full-blown screaming match. She ended the call by telling him he was just like his father. Afterward, she was nearly hysterical. For 15 minutes, she vented to me about how horrible her son was. I let her unload. It was better than bottling it up. When she finally calmed down, I asked what exactly Joe had said. She admitted he called her a liar, which she had already confessed to. But then he told her she was a terrible mother who had ruined his life by forcing him into college instead of letting him chase his dream of being a musician. He said she had destroyed his dream and that he would never speak to her again because he considered her the most selfish and heartless person he had ever known. At that moment, my wife completely broke down because everything she had done was for his future. She knew full well he would never become a musician. As harsh as it sounds, he simply wasn't that talented. He even struggled with basic notes. Most of his friends from the school band had long since moved on to other things, but he kept chasing an illusion. It was the same story with her ex-husband. She warned him against opening yet another business while the previous one was failing, but he accused her of not supporting him. That's when the endless fights began, and eventually the marriage collapsed. That's what she meant when she told Joe he was just like his father. She admitted to me that she had always tried to protect her son and keep him from making mistakes that could ruin his future. But now she realized it was pointless. He was so blinded by his illusions that he couldn't tell right from wrong. She said that if he now wanted to see her as the villain, then so be it. She wouldn't try to fix things anymore. She was tired of being blamed for every failure, whether by her son or her ex-husband. For her, the day was emotionally exhausting. but I was glad she at least made an attempt to mend things, even if it didn't work out. She made a mistake, then tried to make amends. If her son didn't appreciate it, that was his problem. Afterward, she calmed down and we had a quiet dinner. She didn't mention Joe or her ex-husband again. Now she's asleep and I just hope tomorrow will be easier for her. Update 4. Hey everyone. It's been almost a week since my wife stopped contacting her son, and today she got a call from her ex-husband. He said Joe wanted to talk to her and that she needed to come to their house. Alone, because this was a family matter and I wasn't part of the family, so I was told to stay out of it. But my wife was firm. She said she would only come if I went with her, otherwise she wouldn't go at all because she wasn't going to deal with their nonsense by herself. In the end, her ex agreed to let me come but made it clear I wasn't allowed to interfere in the conversation. That didn't bother me since I had no desire to talk with him or Joe anyway. When we arrived, they looked like they were ready to drag her into court. Serious faces, heavy atmosphere. They clearly wanted to pressure her, but those tactics don't work on her. We sat in the living room and Joe immediately declared that since his mother had forced him to go to college and waste 3 years on something he didn't care about, she now had to keep her promise and make me hand over the business to him. I lost my patience right there. I asked if they'd lost their minds because that was never going to happen. Not now, not ever. Even if one day he became ready, by then I would already have lost all respect for him as a person. He's not my son and I owe him nothing. I said this to his face. His father exploded and shouted that I had no right to interfere and should shut up. That really hit a nerve because this was my catering business we were talking about. Of course, I had every right to be part of that conversation. We argued a bit, but my wife stopped me and I realized it wasn't worth it. I just gave him a cold glare and went quiet. Joe kept pressing his mother, saying she had to convince me to hand over the business or he would cut her off for good. I expected her to hesitate, but she didn't waver for a second, and I was so proud of her. She told Joe she wasn't going to do that. If he couldn't appreciate the fact that she helped secure his future, then that was his problem. He had no right to make demands. She apologized for lying to him, but that was the end of it. She owed him nothing more, because in the end, all she ever tried to do was care for him. If he didn't value that, then maybe it really was better for him to cut ties with her. Then her ex-husband threatened to take her to court if she didn't fulfill her promise. She laughed right in his face and asked if he could find a single lawyer who would take such a case without a contract or any written agreement. He was visibly thrown off and finally told us to get out of his house immediately. So we did. As we were getting into the car, Joe couldn't resist yelling more insults at his mother, but we ignored him and left as quickly as possible. We didn't want to waste any more time or energy on them. Now we're back home and we really hope this situation with her son is finally over because today's conversation was nothing but a pointless drain of nerves and energy.